From Lexington, Senator Setzler, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I move a call of the Senate.
Call of the Senate has been requested. Clerk will ring the bell.
And ask for temporary leave for the senator from Lawrence.
Without objection, the senator from Lawrence is granted temporary leave. Well, ring the bell. The senator from Marion, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Unanimous consent request
State your request.
to grant leave to the senator from Greenville, Senator Allen, until 1 p.m.
Without objection, the senator from Greenville, Senator Allen, has leave until 1 p.m. Senator from Sumter, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Unanimous consent request
State your request.
to give leave to the senator from Charleston, Senator Tedder, until 1:30 p.m.
Without objection, Senator from Charleston, Senator Tedder, has leave until 1:30. The reading clerk will please call the roll. Question and quorum of the Senate.
Mr. Adams, present. Mr. Alexander, present. Mr. Allen, Mr. Allen has leave. Mr. Bennett, absent. Mr. Campson, absent. Mr. Cash, Mr. Cash is present. Mr. Clymer, present. Mr. Corbin, absent. Mr. Cromer, Mr. Cromer is present. Mr. Davis, present. Mrs. Devine is present. Mr. Fanning, present. Mr. Gambrell, absent. Mr. Garrett, Mr. Garrett is present. Mr. Goldfinch, present. Mr. Grooms, present. Mrs. Gustafson is present. Mr. Harpootlian, present. Mr. Hembry, absent. Mr. Hutto, absent. Mr. Jackson, absent. Mr. Kevin Johnson. Mr. Kevin Johnson is present. Mr. Michael Johnson, present. Mr. Kimbrell, absent. Mr. Loftus, absent. Mr. Malloy is present. Mr. Martin is present. Mr. Massey, present. Mrs. Matthews, absent. Mr. McElveen, Mr. McElveen is present. Ms. McLeod, absent. Mr. Peeler, Mr. Peeler is present. Mr. Rankin, absent. Mr. Rickenbaugh is present. Mr. Rice is present. Mr. Sabb is present. Mrs. Sin, absent. Mr. Setzler is present. Mrs. Shealy is present. Mr. Stevens is present. Mr. Talley, absent. Mr. Tedder has leave. Mr. Turner is present. Mr. Verdon is present. Mr. Williams, present. Mr. Young is absent.
For those watching this night strike, I'm going to let this run through the full cycle.
Have all members answered the roll? Senator Hutto is present.
I'm busy working on stuff, so I'm
Senator
confident when
Bennett is present. Senator Turner is present.
see you later.
Further members of the Senate wishing to record your presence. Senator Hembry is present. Any further members wishing to record your presence? The polls will close and the clerk will tabulate.
Hey, I just live in the Low Country. It's not my fault that I don't have a South Carolina accent because I was born in Arizona.
"32 members are present. A quorum is present." Senator from Clarendon, what purpose do you rise?
Unanimous consent request.
State your
As a matter of
request.
fact, 2 unanimous consent requests.
State your first unanimous consent request.
My first unanimous consent request, Mr. President, is I ask that when the Senate adjourn on the next available date, we adjourn in memory of Mr. Tony Junius. Tony was a very hardworking, dedicated public servant, has served 20 years on the school board in Clarendon County, and at the time of his death, he was mayor of the town of Summerton, having been elected in 2022 as the first African-American mayor in town's history.
Without objection, the Senate will stand adjourned in his memory on the next available day. The senator from
And my
Clarendon.
second unanimous consent request is very similar. I ask that on the next available date when we adjourn in memory of Mr. Bill Fenters. Bill was a very beloved State Farm agent in Clarendon County for about 50 years, but he was also a long-serving member of the Clarendon County School District 2 Board of Trustees.
Without objection, the Senate, the next available day, will stand adjourned in his memory as well. Thank you, Senator from Clarendon. Senator from Marion, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request.
Like to recall House Bill 4278 from the Transportation Committee and place it on the calendar. I spoke with the chairman of Transportation and he's in agreement. It's just a road naming bill in Florence County.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request to discharge H 4278 from the Transportation Committee and placing it on the calendar? Hearing no objection, so ordered. The bill would be placed on the calendar. Senator from Orangeburg, Senator Stevens, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Recognition?
You're recognized for introduction.
Yes.
Senator from Orangeburg and others recognize Senator for introduction.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. President. My colleagues, if I could have your attention, I stand before you to pay recognition to a young person who have excelled in basically everything that she put her hands on at Sumter High School. This young lady goes above and beyond in every regard. She is highly respected at her high school, where she now presently serves as student body president, and a number of other titles that she carries at Sumter High School. And just a little bit about Sumter High School. Sumter High School is the 5th largest high school in the state of South Carolina. And to be named president of such high school, it is a feat. And today we have in the antechamber Ms. Gabrielle Miller. We are presenting Ms. Miller this afternoon now with a resolution from the South Carolina State Senate. Would you read it, please, sir?
Reading clerk will publish the resolution.
Senate resolution to congratulate Gabrielle Gabby Miller for her achievements as student body president of Sumter High School. Whereas the South Carolina Senate is pleased to recognize Gabrielle Gabby Miller as the student body president of Sumter High School. Whereas during the 2023-24 school year, Gabrielle has served as a student body president, key club president, basketball manager for the Lady Gamecocks, and member of several other school organizations. Whereas from a young age, Gabrielle has been involved in gymnastics, modeling, and academic extracurriculars. Her many interests and activities require her to meet deadlines consistently while maintaining her high standards. Whereas now a high school senior taking on diverse leadership roles, Gabrielle values being a voice for her peers. These responsibilities and time commitments, through vast and varied, have molded her perception and appreciation for high school. Whereas Gabrielle plans to major in healthcare administration in college, aspiring to transfer her devoted involvement in high school to a college campus. Whereas the members of the South Carolina Senate are grateful for Gabrielle's dedicated service to the people and the state of South Carolina, and take great pleasure in saluting her for her accomplishments as student body president of Sumter High School. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate, members of the South Carolina Senate, by this resolution, congratulate Gabrielle Gabby Miller for her achievements as student body president of Sumter High School.
Senator, the resolution has been unanimously adopted. Congratulations. Delighted to have you visiting with us today. Welcome to the Senate. Senator from Clarendon's
Thank you,
recognized.
Mr. President. Very briefly, I want to let Gabrielle know that we are very proud of you. And you may not know, but your father, of course, from being a very outstanding and stalwart native of Clarendon County, and now are friends as the rest of his family. But just want to add my congratulations to all your very notable achievements.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Sumter.
And Gabby, as the resident state senator from Sumter County, our home county, I just want to add my congratulations to you. And if you can do something as phenomenal as becoming the student body president at Sumter High School, sky's the limit, and we're looking for great things from you in the years to come. Congratulations again.
Well deserved. Thank you.
Again, we want to thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, the Miller family, for your, I guess you can say, your work on molding Gabrielle into what she is today. And Mr. President,
Senator.
I move for a 5-minute recess. Unanimous consent for a 5-minute recess so that we can go out and congratulate Ms. Gabrielle.
Is there objection to the 5-minute recess? Hear no objection. So ordered. So ordered.
Thank you.
All right. So they were congratulating someone for doing well, having achievements. So they're having a 5-minute recess to congratulate them, and then they're going to go through the rows of, all the Senate bills that they've got stacked up, and they're going to either say, lump them all together and either pass them or go over them later, and then they'll get to the debating part. It usually takes about probably an hour or two, anywhere between half an hour to maybe an hour and a half to get through all this stuff. Because we got the beginning of the processions. Like, I started right after they did the Pledge of Allegiance. So this is the SC Senate. They go through a whole bunch of they have a system that they go through. You saw this with open carry with permit. It was an uphill battle. I live streamed as much as that as I could have. And luckily, I'm a little bit more on the ball with the SC open carry, but again, not SC constitutional carry, but again, it looks like it may pass, but by just a small hair margin. So, anyways, we'll see what happens with it. As I said, I'm working in the background. I may have to leave the house, so I'm just going to keep this running as long as it runs. When I come back, I'll be able to take care of it. So, oh yeah, Insight. You did used to live here, didn't you? Yeah, yeah. And that's the funny thing. Me and Insight are talking about Colleton County and Walterboro, and that brings up an interesting point. The Colleton County senator for my area is a Democrat, but the city the county is based out of, they're all the county buildings, the county governmental buildings are all based out of Walterboro, and Walterboro is a primarily Republican area. And it's just funny that, in a highly Republican area, because of all the outliers outside of Walterboro, you've got Democrats, which is weird because this area in the Low Country there's a lot of Republicans, but for some reason we keep getting people elected like Clyburn and Bright Matthews, and I don't understand that. So,
The Senate is back in order.
all right,
The Senate is back in order. Senator from Greenville, Senator Turner, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request.
Permission to pass some information out to the body.
Without objection, so ordered. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you ask, sir?
To be recognized for 2 introductions.
You're recognized for introductions. When it comes to the podium, Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms, what purpose do you ask, sir?
I'd like to request leave today from 12:30 till 5:30, from 1:30 till 5:30.
Without objection, Senator Grooms is granted leave from 1:30 to 5:30. Without objection. Thank you, sir. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, we have with us in the balcony today Mr. Jack Logan from Greenville. He's with the Put Down Your Guns Young People. He's a supporter of constitutional carry, but he's a huge supporter of keeping guns out of young people's hands. He does yeoman's work, volunteers a lot of his time, and I just wanted to thank you for being here today. I know I spoke about you as you requested in the email from the Senate podium the other day, but I know you wanted to come down here and watch the debate, and we just wanted to give you a warm welcome from the Senate. Thank you for being here, sir.
Please stand to be recognized. Welcome to the South Carolina Senate. Delighted to have you with us today. Good to see you, sir. Thank you.
And Mr.
Senator
President,
from Spartanburg,
Mr.
Senator
President,
Martin, for another introduction.
get a little more order. We've got a very, very special guest today of our president. Today we have with us his younger brother, Bill Alexander. Mr. Alexander, would you stand? He's visiting us today. He now resides in Mount Pleasant, Senator from Charleston. So we're pleased to have you today, and I wanted to make that introduction on behalf of our president, and thank you for being here.
Delighted to have you visiting with us today. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Thank you. Very pleased to have you visiting with us today. Are there any petitions, memorials, presentments of grand jury, or such like papers? The reading clerk will please read.
Message from the governor, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I'm transmitting here with the following appointments for confirmation. These appointments are made with advice and consent of the Senate, therefore submitted for your consideration. Statewide appointment, Department of Transportation Commission, Mr. Curtis M. Spencer of Sumter.
Appointments referred to the Transportation Committee.
Statewide reappointment, Director, South Carolina Department of Public Safety, Mr. Robert G. Woods IV of Blythewood.
The nomination is referred to the Judiciary Committee.
Statewide appointment, Secretary of the South Carolina Department of Transportation, Mr. Justin P. Powell of Lexington.
The appointment, statewide appointment, is referred to the Transportation Committee. We have no further communications, therefore we are on the introduction of new bills and resolutions. The reading clerk will please read.
Introduction of a bill by Senator Martin. It amends a code relating to the authorization of inmate labor in private industry and requirements and conditions so as to provide that no inmate participating in the program may earn less than the federal minimum wage.
This bill is referred to the Corrections Committee.
Senate resolution by Senator Shealy to recognize May 5th through the 11th, 2024 as Tardive Dyskinesia Awareness Week in South Carolina.
Resolution is referred to the Medical Affairs Committee.
Introduction of a Senate resolution by Senator Devine. It's to honor Bishop Simeon A. Moultrie on the occasion of his elevation and to recognize Wednesday, January 31st, 2024 as Bishop Simeon A. Moultrie Day in South Carolina.
Senator from Richland, Senator Devine, what purpose do you rise?
For explanation.
For immediate consideration?
Yeah, unanimous consent and immediate consideration.
Is there objection to the immediate consideration for the Senate resolution to honor the bishop and his elevation and to recognize Wednesday, January 31st as Bishop Moultrie Day in South Carolina? Is there objection to the unanimous consent request? Hearing no objection, so ordered. I'm informed that the desk is clear. Are there any requests for local bills? Do we have any? We have no local bills. Therefore, we're on the call of the uncontested statewide calendar. If you would please turn with me to your page 13 in your calendar, page 13, H3518. We have an amendment on the desk. Senator from Darlington.
Move carry on.
You moving to carry over the bill. Great. Is all those in favor say aye? Opposed, no. Ayes have it. H3518 is carried over. Senator from Charleston, Senator Sin, what purpose do you rise?
I was trying to get your attention earlier, but whenever it's appropriate, I would just like to make a point of personal interest.
That'll be after the uncontested, so I'll come back
Yes,
to you.
sir.
I apologize for
No,
missing you. No,
that's okay.
sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Members, that now takes us to page 20 on the calendar, page 20, middle of the page, S 700 S700 by the Senator from Beaufort. Reading clerk will read.
This is a bill which adds an article to the code to establish the South Carolina Earned Wage Access Services Act so as to provide for requirements for earned wage access services providers and provide for certain exemptions and limitations.
Senator from York, Senator Clymer. What purpose do you ask, sir?
To explain the bill.
You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, you may recall there was some discussion on this bill in the prior session. This legislation would create a regulatory framework around companies that allow workers to draw down their earned wages before payday. So you could have, somebody who's an hourly worker at Home Depot, for example, worked Tuesday and Wednesday. Then on Thursday, they can draw down through a third-party app the wages that they earned on Tuesday and Wednesday before the Friday pay period. And it's totally voluntary. The providers of these services operate on a tip-based system. There's no interest charged on the payday advances. And I'll be happy to yield for any questions.
Senator from Fairfield. What purpose do you ask, sir?
See if the senator from York will yield for a couple questions.
Yeah, sure.
Senator yields for questions.
Just for those of us that are concerned about some payday lending practices that are onerous on folks, can you walk me through it? It sounds like this is different. Can you walk me through some of the differences?
Yeah, so let me explain sort of how this works, right? It is a totally voluntary business to business decision, and then it becomes a business to consumer decision. So Home Depot, to continue with that, may partner with one of the, I think it was more than a dozen companies currently offer these services, and say, for our employees, if they want to get their paycheck a day or two early, we'll go through this company, for example. The testimony that the subcommittee received and a lot of evidence from the industry demonstrates that these companies do not charge interest on the payday advances.
So that would be a difference.
It would be a big
could be
difference.
some comfort.
Sometimes they charge fees. For example, one company I recall, if the person requesting the early payment wanted the funds via wire, Fed wire, that would be assessed a fee because there's a cost associated with that. Whereas an ACH payment, which would be received on the following day, would be free. One of the companies, which actually, and I don't, the psychology underlying what I'm getting ready to say, I will never understand. But one of the companies is very, very successful at the payday advance business by way of tipping. So employees who avail themselves of this option are given the opportunity to tip the provider, and they do. And that is how the company makes money. So it is distinguished from payday lending in a variety of ways, and those would be probably two of the most salient.
Did you know that helps me with my discomfort? Why is legislation needed? I mean, why could they not do this anyway?
They currently do this.
So what will we be doing? Regulating it, or?
This creates a pretty light touch regulatory framework around it. Yeah. But right, I mean, if the bill were not passed, then the Wild West continues.
Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, there you go.
Senator from Lexington, Senator Setzler. What purpose do you ask, sir?
Senator Yield.
Senator Yield for question.
Yes.
Senator Yields for question.
Senator, so explain the role of the employer. Is the employer in this loop anywhere or mandated to do anything?
The employer can be, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. These loans can go direct from lender to consumer absent the employer.
But does the employer have a choice of whether or not they give this money? Does it go to the employee or does it go to this company?
The mechanics are that the third party, earned wage access company, I'm not sure if that's the right term, but we'll call it that, makes its services available to people to draw down their paycheck before payday, right? So in some cases, employers have established relationships with these earned wage access companies. In other cases, consumers can reach out directly to these companies to get payday advances on their earnings. And I should also point out, the testimony we received in subcommittee indicates that these are always non-recourse loans.
So here's my question. Company X has got 100 employees. 10 of those 100 come and say, I want to do this, and you're to transfer my money to this company.
Nope.
Can they be required to do that? That's what I'm asking.
The money does not go from the employer to the consumer
Okay.
until payday. That's when the money goes from the employer to the consumer.
Say that again?
On payday, that's when, whatever your company's regular payday is, that's when you pay your employees. This concept has no bearing on, the company's finances or the manner in which it pays its
I heard you
employees.
say two different things. Does the company have to send the money of that employee to this entity
No.
on payday? Or does it go directly to the employee?
The companies that offer this create kind of like a bill pay relationship out of the receiving consumer's bank account. So in that way, the employee has taken a loan from this financial institution, and then on payday, the employee pays the financial institution back.
Mr. President, Senator, you mind carrying this over one day and just let us look at it?
Be happy to. Mr. President, and Senator from Lexington, would you mind if I withheld that momentarily to answer the Senator from Fairfield's question?
So Senator from Fairfield, what purpose do you
See,
rise?
the Senator, you for one question.
One question, yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, please forgive me. I didn't think to ask this. Federal truth in lending laws that other loan corporations have to follow, would this entity also have to follow the same federal truth in lending laws?
I do not know.
Okay. Is that something maybe we could get with the motion to carry over?
Sure. Yeah,
Thank
feel
you.
free to ask. But, my assumption is that anyone who lends has to follow that.
Mhm.
I don't know where this economic activity would fall within the definitions that are applicable in that federal statute.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Senator from York, Senator Clymer,
I'm-
what purpose do you rise?
I move to carry the bill over.
Motion is to carry over S 700. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The bill's carried over. Senator from Newberry, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Mr. President, I have an introduction to make.
You're recognized for the introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. And,
Senator from Newberry.
any members of the Senate Military Caucus that would like to join us up here, and those senators representing Sumter, Senator McElvain, may want to join us up here at the podium. All right. So. Okay.
Senator from Newberry.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've got a resolution the senator from Greenville wants to present, but first of all, I'd like to introduce some of the folks who are in attendance today. They're not here. Okay. Let me just say, I think this is called F-16 Day, and we've got had some folks from Lockheed Martin down in the governor's office this morning for him to present a resolution to them from the governor. And let me just introduce some of the folks that are here with us now. All of the Lockheed Martin attendees here this morning, if you folks would stand up and be recognized, or either hold your hand up if you're already standing so we'll know who you are. And we welcome you folks to the State House today and appreciate all that y'all do for South Carolina, more especially for our troops and our military. We've also got from South Carolina Military Department, we got our own Adjutant General, U.S. Army Major General Van McCarty, one of my constituents up there on Lake Murray, where he is only outranked by his wife. So. And we also have with him Phil Hamby, who is the Director of Governmental Affairs. And we had some folks from Shaw here earlier, Senator McElvain, but I believe they've all gone home. I don't think they're here now. They are. And we've got with us some historical F-16 pilots. One of them is Colonel retired George R. Jet Jernigan. If you'll hold up your hand there, Jet. He is infamous around the state of South Carolina. He spent 26 years as an F-16 fighter pilot, and he flew 50 missions while he was a member. He led the first 20 F-16s into Kuwait in the Gulf War to take out 10 surface-to-air missile sites and clear the way for Air Force bombers. Jet and his team have won Gunsmoke, which is the Air Force's preeminent international aviation air-to-ground combat training exercise. And he was the first Air National Guard pilot to attend the Air Force's elite fighter weapons school, where he finished as an honorary graduate or Top Gun. So next we have Colonel retired Colonel retired Dean or Deanne D, nicknamed D-Dog Pennington, and he's Squadron Operations Group and Vice Commander. He was an F-16 pilot who also flew 50 missions. He's got 29 years of flying F-16s and is also or has been an instructor at the U.S. Air Force Fighter Weapons School. Next is Brigadier General retired Dr. Jim Chow. Most of you know Dr. Chow. He comes down here to the State House and gives us inspections once a year. And, and let me tell you, Dr. Chow's got a daughter. For those of you who watch the series Yellowstone, okay, all of us, I think, do. His daughter stars, she's the Indian maiden on there. And I will have to say that she's had a mother out to Hollywood, and she had Dr. Chow out there one time. I don't know if I ought to tell this, but I'm going to tell it anyway, Dr. Chow. He said they were out there, they were right there close to the red carpet, and Tom Cruise was standing there, you know, the Maverick guy, Tom Cruise. And he pointed to his medals. You see, he's wearing a bunch of medals, well-earned medals, I might add. Told Tom Cruise, said, "Mine are for real." And he said Tom Cruise reached behind and touched his wallet and said, "And this is for real." So, Dr. Chow, we appreciate you being here, my friend, this morning. And last but not least is Lieutenant General Bill Rew, R-E-W, retired. And he was based at Shaw, flew the F-16 starting with Block 1 in 1980, finished up with Block 50. And if there are any other folks that I missed, will you please hold your hand up that were not on my list to introduce here this morning? If not, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, if we could give all these fine folks a very warm South Carolina welcome.
Thank you, Senator from Berry.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Turner is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We also have a Senate resolution in honor of Lockheed Martin, and I'd ask
The
reading clerk to read.
The reading clerk will publish the resolution.
It's a Senate resolution to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the F-16 Fighting Falcon to celebrate South Carolina as the globe home of the F-16 and to recognize January 30th, 2024 as F-16 Fighting Falcon Day in South Carolina. Whereas the South Carolina Senate takes great pride in acknowledging Lockheed Martin as an esteemed manufacturing company that contributes significantly to the pride of the state of South Carolina and the nation. Whereas Lockheed Martin, a manufacturer located in Greenville since 1984, has made considerable contributions to South Carolina's economic growth and prosperity, with an annual economic impact exceeding $100 million, in addition to over $200,000 in donations to local causes and the provision of jobs for countless residents of Greenville and surrounding areas. Whereas Lockheed Martin's dedicated workforce, which includes 1,600 South Carolinians, continues to cultivate and strengthen the state's reputation for manufacturing and national defense by producing the most advanced fourth-generation fighter aircraft and by performing repairs, modifications, maintenance, and overhaul services for military and civilian aircraft. Whereas 1 in 4 of Lockheed Martin's South Carolina employees currently serve or has previously served in the United States Armed Forces. Lockheed Martin is a strong and proud supporter of the United States servicemen and women, ensuring that they can safely accomplish missions and return home. Whereas Lockheed Martin's F-16 Fighting Falcon voted coolest thing made in South Carolina by the South Carolina Manufacturers Alliance, is critical to the joint 21st century security battlespace. More than 3,100 F-16s are operating today in 25 countries. Whereas the F-16 production line where the F-16 is produced, sustained, and flown is located in Greenville, production line is a national security asset, providing F-16 fighter capabilities to allies who rely on the aircraft for peacekeeping and defense missions within their own borders and those of their allies. Now, therefore, be resolved by the Senate, members of the South Carolina Senate, by this resolution, commemorate the 50th anniversary of the F-16 Fighting Falcon, celebrate South Carolina as the global home of the F-16, and recognize January 30th, 2024 as F-16 Fighting Falcon Day in South Carolina.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Turner. The resolution had previously been unanimously adopted. Senator from Greenville.
Thank you. Thank you, leaders from Lockheed Martin. Thank you for manufacturing every F-16 in the world now in South Carolina. We will defend. Thank you. And on behalf of the state of South Carolina and the Senate, let's welcome the Lockheed Martin.
Welcome to the South Carolina Senate. We're delighted to have you visit with us today. Thank you for what you mean for manufacturing. The senator from Newberry, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Are there any other senators that have any folks here that they'd like? Let me initiate two invitations. Number one is Mr. Hamby is going to bring the folks down in the ante room. If anybody would like to have a picture made with them, or go out and meet any of those folks. And number two is Lockheed has an F-16 demonstrator. I told Phil this morning, I called it stimulator. I said, no, it's a simulator. But it is downstairs in the lobby. If anybody wants to sneak out during some of our conversations here this morning and go down and sit in that thing, I understand it's fantastic. So thank you.
Thank you. Senate is so informed. Welcome again. Thank y'all for being with us today. Members of the Senate, we are now on page 25 of your calendar, page 25, bottom of the calendar, S577 by the senator from Oconee. Reading clerk will read.
This is a bill which amends various sections of the code, all relating to withholding of income taxes so as to update a reference to the top marginal income tax rate.
The pending question is explanation. Explanation of S577 is requested. Senator from Beaufort, what purpose do you rise, sir?
To explain the bill.
You're recognized. Explain the bill.
Members of the Senate, this particular bill makes conforming changes to various sections of the code relating to the income tax withholdings. I mean, currently it speaks in regard to withholding 7% because that used to be the top marginal rate. As you know, we in prior sessions reduced that rate from 7 to 6.5%, and that will go down to 6% dependent upon certain revenue triggers. This changes the phrase withhold 7% to, quote, withhold a percentage equal to the maximum individual tax rate to reflect the fact that the top marginal rate is not going to be 7% going forward, but it's going to be dependent upon economic circumstances. So it makes that one technical change.
Pending question is second reading of S577.
Mr. President.
Clerk. Senator from Beaufort.
Withhold. We don't have, I was going to say we can have a recorded vote. But we don't have one yet. Okay.
Yeah. Clerk will ring the bell. The reading clerk will please call the roll of the Senate on second reading of S 577.
Mr. Adams. Not voting, Mr. Alexander. Aye. Mr. Allen. Aye. Mr. Bennett. Aye. Mr. Campson. Aye. Mr. Cash. Aye. Mr. Clymer. Aye. Mr. Corbin. Aye. Mr. Cromer. Not voting, Mr. Davis. Aye. Mrs. Devine. Aye. Mr. Fanning. Aye. Mr. Gambrell. Aye. Mr. Garrett. Aye. Mr. Goldfinch. Aye. Mr. Grooms. Aye. Mrs. Gustafson. Aye. Mr. Harpootlian. Aye. Mr. Hembry. Aye. Mr. Hutto. Aye. Mr. Jackson. Aye. Mr. Kevin Johnson. Aye. Mr. Michael Johnson. Aye. Mr. Kimbrell. Aye. Mr. Loftus. Aye. Mr. Malloy. Aye. Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin not voting. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes aye. Mrs. Matthews. Aye. Mr. McElveen. Aye. Mr. McLeod. Aye. Mr. Peeler. Aye. Mr. Rankin. Mr. Rankin not voting. Mr. Rickenbaugh. Aye. Mr. Rice. Mr. Rice votes aye. Mr. Sapp. Aye. Mrs. Sin. Aye. Mr. Setzler. Aye. Mrs. Shealy. Aye. Mr. Stevens. Mr. Stevens not voting. Mr. Talley. Mr. Talley votes aye. Mr. Tedder. Aye. Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner not voting. Mr. Verdon. Mr. Verdon votes aye. Mr. Williams. Not voting. Mr. Young. Mr. Young votes aye.
Have all senators voted? Senator Adams votes aye. Senator Turner votes aye. Senator Cromer votes aye. Senator Rankin votes aye. Senator Martin votes aye. Senator Stevens votes aye. Further members of the Senate requesting to record your vote. Any further members wishing to record your vote? The polls will close and the clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 45-0, S 577 receives a second reading. Now that takes us to the top of page 26, the top of page 26, S 578 by the senator from Oconee. The reading clerk will please. We have a committee amendment on the desk. Publish a committee amendment.
Finance Committee proposes the following amendment. There's a bill, section 1, strike section 1254-240, subsection B, item 23, and insert an item, sub-item 23, disclosure of any information on any return that's been filed with the Department of Revenue.
Senator
Department of Mental
from
Health.
Beaufort, Senator Davis, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Committee amendment.
You're recognized on the committee amendment.
Members of the Senate, this particular bill addresses section 12-54-240 of the South Carolina Code and identifies instances in which the Department of Revenue can disclose information. This particular amendment allows the Attorney General to subpoena information for purposes of getting information when investigating Medicaid fraud. I mean, currently, the state grand jury can subpoena that information in connection with such inquiries. This committee amendment would add the Attorney General as a party that could solicit that information via a subpoena in connection with a criminal investigation in regard to Medicaid fraud.
Senator from Darlington, what purpose do you rise, sir?
City Senator from Beaufort, we yield for a question.
Senator, yield for a question.
Senator yields.
Senator yields.
Senator, why does he need that authority? Whenever you have the grand jury and you can end up, if a grand jury isn't impaneled, then if they be able to end up showing to a judge that they have probable cause, then they would be able to end up getting it. Why does he have that authority without going through those steps?
My understanding is it's to do the investigation on medical fraud before taking to a grand jury to see if there are grounds. So it would be an expansion of the right to recover information.
Wouldn't they have the grounds if they had someone who was a whistleblower or someone that would end up coming in with that information anyway if they went to a judge so they can determine there's probable cause, as opposed to going on a expedition to try to end up seeing it and therefore inquiring into someone's life or business and stuff before they end up having the probable cause?
My understanding, they would need to make a showing of a probable cause to a judge in order to get a subpoena issued. But currently under the law, there would have to be a state grand jury would be impaneled to solicit the information. So it just allows the Attorney General to make a showing of probable cause to a judge to obtain that information from the DOR for purposes of investigating a Medicaid fraud case. So it does expand the instances in which the Department of Revenue must surrender that information. You're right. Currently, it's if it's pursuant to a state grand jury subpoena. This would give it to the Attorney General making application to a circuit judge to obtain the information.
So let's say we like this Attorney General, and let's say that we go into the next Attorney General, and in this political world of overreach that we all are seeing now, why then do we, at this time, for this General Assembly to expand the authority of the government to overreach into someone's business or life?
I guess we're trusting in the judgment of a circuit court judge to see whether or not probable cause has been established.
Okay, thank you. Move to carry over.
He's got so Senator from.
Mr. President, I would move to carry over in deference to the Senator from Darlington.
All those in favor of carrying over S578 would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill's carried over. Further on page 26, S620 by the Senator from Beaufort. We have a committee amendment on the desk. Senator from Beaufort.
Request of some members, I would move to carry over the bill so that it can be looked at a little bit more.
Motion is to carry over S620. Those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. So ordered. The bill's carried over. Bottom of page 26, S708 by the Senator from Aiken and others. Reading clerk will. I need to have them publish the bill, and then I'll come for explanation. Reading clerk, please read.
This is a bill relating to definitions pertaining to the South Carolina Children's Advocacy Medical Response System, so as defined child abuse medical services, amending further sections relating to program requirements.
Senator from Aiken, what purpose do you ask?
To explain the bill.
You're recognized. Explain the bill.
This bill updates the South Carolina Children's Advocacy Medical Response System with some
people in the red shirts on the balcony
clarifications
are
and also
moms
add
demand
some
attention.
initiatives that are specific as to regional centers of
mothers
excellence
need
in child
action.
abuse pediatrics. And this is intended to help
Moms want
improve
action.
the state's response to abuse and
Moms
neglected
can't have
children,
action.
including those children who are
You know who they are.
sex trafficked. I'm happy to take
Redcoats,
questions.
yes,
If not,
redcoats.
move for passage.
Pending question is second reading of S708. The reading clerk will.
All
ring
right.
the bell, please.
So I'm going to get back to what I was doing.
Senator from Aiken, what purpose do you ask?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request.
Unanimous consent to use the last unanimous roll call for this bill.
Is there objection to using the roll call of 45 to 0 as the second reading? Senator from Marion being added as a aye to that, making that a 46 to 0. Is there objection to using a unanimous roll call of 46 to 0 for second reading of S708? Hearing no objection, it's so ordered. The bill receives second reading. Now on page 27 of the calendar, top of the page, S778. The reading clerk will please read.
Amendment on the desk, Mr. President.
We have an amendment on the desk. The reading clerk will publish the amendment.
Amendments by Senator Young, amends the bill, Section 1, strike Section 40, 63-500, Item 1, and inserts.
Senator from Aiken, what purpose do you rise, sir?
To explain the amendment and the bill.
You're recognized for
Thank
the
you, Mr. President.
explanation.
All right, so this bill is one that is supported by all the social worker groups in South Carolina. And what it would do is it would allow social workers in our state to be licensed in other states that are members of the compact. The compact doesn't currently exist. Once there are 7 states at least that have passed the model legislation, which is what this is for South Carolina. Once those at least 7 states have passed the model legislation, then the compact will exist, and it will be possible for social workers in our state to apply through the Department of Labor Licensing and Regulation to be licensed not just in South Carolina, but in other states that are parts of the compact or members of the compact without having to apply separately to those other states. It's my understanding that currently, I think Missouri has already passed this legislation. And I would like to explain the amendment, Mr. President.
Recognize that we're on the amendment.
All right, so the amendment, it does 2 things. First, under the definition of active military member, it drops the word 29 in front of the words active armed forces of the United States. And then under Section 40-63-510A, which is in Section 1 of the bill, it changes the word do to 2 words currently meet, so that instead of reading a potential member state must do all of the following, it would read a potential member state must currently meet all of the following. I would ask that we adopt the amendment.
Motion, pending question is adoption of the amendment. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator from Beaufort, what purpose do you rise?
I received an inquiry from my solicitor, and I was speaking to the chairman of the committee, and I was going to ask to carry it over for the purpose of talking to my solicitor about this, but at the appropriate time, I'd move to carry over.
I move to carry it over.
Senator from Aiken moves to carry over. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. S778 is carried over. Takes us to page 27, S806. Reading clerk, please publish.
The bill amending the code relating to adjournment of the General Assembly and conditions for extended session so as to provide that the date for signing down adjournment.
Senator from Beaufort, what purpose do you rise?
At the request of some members, I would move to carry this bill over, Mr. President.
Motion is to carry over S778. Those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The bill's carried over. Members of the Senate, please turn to page 28. Top of the page, H3116. The reading clerk will read. We have a committee amendment on the desk. The reading clerk will publish.
Finance Committee proposes the following amendment, amends the bill as and if amending Section 1 by striking Section 1237-610, subsection B, and inserting a subsection B.
Senator from Lawrence, what purpose do you rise, sir?
To explain the committee amendment on 3116.
They're going through the other bills first. So in the meantime, look at this. Ooh. That's a good
Before I
South Carolina
recognize you, I'd
flag
like
right
to
there.
do an introduction. Senator from Darling.
Anyways, back to the
What
grind.
purpose do you rise, sir? Recognize the doctor of the day. Senator from Darlington recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I rise today for the introduction of the Doctor of the Day, one of South Carolina's greatest sons, who happens to hail from Hartsville. He has a tremendous family. I'll tell you a little bit about his family first, and you got to imagine who his mother and father was to end up having these great children, if you will. But he has a sister there that served on the school board and was an educator for many years. A daughter that serves on a tech board, is a PhD. And she has worked, her husband was a magistrate for us for a long time. And he has another brother who is a general surgeon just like him. And he was in the military, worked there, and then served the people in this area for a period of time. And he has a third brother, a second brother, three of them, who is a very good friend of mine, Major General, two-star Marine, who was head of in the Iraqi, I guess, conflict, war, is a military hero, is a two-star that lives in Charlotte, and he came from Butler High School, like so many other folks around this area did. And now we have Dr. Gerald Wilson, my good friend, who is a graduate of Butler in Hartsville, that still comes home, y'all, and serves on the board and contributes to the community. He works tirelessly. He was a past president of the South Carolina Medical Association. He served us well. He is now, thankfully and healthy retired, but still working hard. And so he's volunteered his time today to become Doctor of the Day. And I tell you, it is with great pride. My wife was a very good friend of his mother, who passed a few years ago in her 90s. And they traveled to the AKA conferences, and you'll see the AKAs as they'll come in tomorrow. And so I can't say enough good things about Dr. Gerald Wilson. He and I have the same first name, and he has served this state very well. And I want to have a good round of applause and stand up for my friend, Dr. Gerald Wilson, as he participates as the Doctor of the Day.
Welcome to the Senate, Doctor. Good to see you today. Thank you for your service to the state of South Carolina and for your service to the community. Great to see you. Senator from Richland, Senator Jackson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't often do this, but echo everything the senator from Hartsville said. May not ever do that again. Okay.
Senator so informed. Welcome, Doctor. Senator from Greenville, Senator Allen, what purpose do you raise? Brief introduction. You recognize for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was told by the senator from Spartanburg that prior to my arrival, he had introduced Mr. Jack Logan. And if you live in Greenville and you live in Senate District 7 and you don't introduce Mr. Logan, you'll hear about it for the next 2, 3, 4 months constantly. But in Greenville, when it comes to putting down the guns, young people, when it comes to putting down the guns and picking up the books, when it comes down to talking to the sheriff in Spartanburg County and Greenville County and walking miles for a message of hope for young people when it comes to gun safety, passing out gun locks, then it does not get any better than Mr. Logan. And now I'm a little bit biased because just the other night at the banquet, Senator Martin in Greenville, in Senate District 7, he passed out a few awards. And I looked over at the mayor of Greenville, and I got a little bit jealous. I did not know at that time that he was saving the best award for last. And that award was given to yours truly for the work against gun violence in South Carolina. So we just asked him to stand again so that we don't have to hear his mouth for the next 3, 4 months in Senate District 7.
Mr.
Jack Logan. Let's give him a welcome.
Thank you, Senator, for that introduction. Thank you again for being with us today in recognition of your award. We continue to be on committee amendment on H3116. Senator from Lawrence is recognized to explain the committee amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee amendment is predicated on actually giving a disabled veteran the property tax exemption that they currently qualify for under state law for the year that they apply and are found eligible. So if they were found eligible in 2023, if we change the law, they will not have to wait till 2024 or even 2024 to wait to 2025. The amendment from Finance Committee relates to the surviving spouse. If the veteran is in the process of qualifying, passes, his surviving spouse would then be eligible to receive the property tax exemption as she would be under current law. And then also, at Senator Young's suggestion, we are also trying to bring through amendment cars that are not necessarily personally held but are held in trust. Also a technical year change from 2023 to 2024. Move adoption of the amendment.
The pending question is the adoption of the committee amendment. The Senator from Collinton, what purpose do you rise?
Before we hear the question, I have a question.
Question, Senator Yield for a question.
Yes, sir.
Senator Yields for.
I haven't had a chance to review this, but you perked my interest as it relates to cars. In your amendment or in the bill, does it still limit the number of cars that a disabled, 100% disabled veteran can have?
2.
It's still 2? And upon his passing, does the bill or the amendment relate that to the surviving spouse? And then does that exemption regarding property taxes, does that last in perpetuity until whenever, till she dies?
That's correct.
Even if she remarries or he remarries, whatever the case may be. I knew there was some question of
Move
that
once, yeah.
on the county level. That's why I wanted to ask you. Do you know?
The exemption would transfer just once.
Thank you.
Senator from Darlington, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
How many amendments on the desk?
The committee amendment is the only amendment we have on the desk.
Mr. President, Senator from Lawrence Yield.
Senator Yields. Senator Yields.
Senator, this is your committee report.
That's correct. This is the Senate Finance Committee amendment.
That you
I'm chairing, yes,
You
sir.
chair, okay, good.
Correct.
So I was, would you mind just adopting your committee report and then let us carry it over?
Wouldn't mind at all. Mr. President, move adoption of the committee report, and after, we'll move to carry over.
Question is the adoption of the committee amendment. Those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it.
Move to
It
carry.
is adopted. Senator from Lawrence moves to carry over H3116. Those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. So ordered. Takes us further on page 28. Further on page 28, H3951.
Yeah, no, we should have no Democrats, but our Razor 93, that's just how
Reading
it
clerk
is.
will publish the first committee
I don't know why she's in
amendment,
office.
and that's from the
honestly.
Agriculture
I
Committee.
don't vote for her.
First
I always
committee
vote for
amendment
the
is
Republican
by-
candidate.
is proposed by the Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee, amends the bill, strike section 2 and inserts.
I don't know who this Gizzard Gary guy either. I don't know why he's,
Senator from York
talking on my
ag,
stream either.
Senator Clymer.
Who
what
is this
purpose
guy?
do you have?
You guys know this guy?
Senator. Senator from Beaufort, what purpose do you rise?
I was going to rise to explain the
Yeah,
bill and
inside
the
freedom,
Senate
that's how it
Finance
is.
Subcommittee amendment, but it's my understanding that there is an amendment from the Agriculture Subcommittee on there as well. Is that correct?
This bill was referred to two committees.
Okay.
So the first committee that was referred to was the Committee on Agriculture.
Well, let's carry that over, Mr. President.
Yes, sadly. I am in South Carolina. I thought I.
Senator
Oh,
from
you're in
Beaufort
Fort
has
Mill.
given up the
Okay.
floor. The senator from
kind of out
York,
there.
Senator Clymer, is
I'm in
recognized
the
for
Low
a purpose
Country.
DRAS.
So.
Thank you, Mr. President, to explain the committee amendment,
The Agriculture Committee.
the
amendment.
Agriculture Committee amendment. Senators, to
You're recognized.
thank you, Mr. President, to delve into some of the process. The bill before us now first came out of
Fort
the
Mill's just
Senate Ag
right
Committee
outside of
in the last
Charlotte.
session. It included some
Near the border
provisions
with Rock
that
Hill, right?
are more appropriately the domain of the Finance Committee. When the bill came to the floor, the bill was recommitted to the Finance Committee so that that committee could do its due diligence on the underlying legislation. My understanding is that there's a subsequent committee amendment, this one coming from the Finance Committee, which includes all of the salient provisions of the Agriculture Committee's amendment, which is currently the amendment I'm kind of describing. And so with that said, Mr. President, I move to table this amendment.
The motion is to table the committee amendment on H 3951 that came out of the Agricultural Committee. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That committee amendment is tabled. Reading clerk will continue to read. We have a further committee amendment.
Finance Committee proposes the following amendment. Amends the bill, strikes all after the enacting words and inserts.
Senator
One.
from Beaufort, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Purpose of explaining the Finance Subcommittee amendment.
You're recognized on the Finance Committee report.
Members of the Senate, let's kind of get some context here. H 3951 was a bill from the House that created a separate program within the Conservation Bank called the Farm Preservation Fund to work on identifying tracts of land or to facilitate the purchase of conservation lands. And there was an expanding of that committee to from 14 to 17 members, adding the following
Almost
three.
moved to Beaufort County. but you
Commissioner of
didn't have any land
Agriculture,
out there.
Secretary of Commerce, and the Secretary of Transportation. Another amendment to the bill sought to have a portion of D documentary stamps dedicated as a recurring revenue source for the Conservation Bank program. The Finance Subcommittee amendment strips and takes out that dedication of the D documentary stamps for that purpose. So a vote in favor of the Finance Committee Subcommittee amendment would be to take out the portion that called for a portion of the dedicated deed stamp money to go to the Conservation Fund.
Pending question is the adoption of the committee report. Those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and it's adopted. We have no further amendments. Senator from Darlington, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Department of Inquiry, there are no more amendments.
I'm informed there are no more amendments.
Senator Yield.
Senator Yield.
Senator from Beaufort, Senator Yield.
Senator, the transfer of this bill from finance to ag, and then the ag's review and a tabling of the committee report. What was the issue in having it transferred with no changes? Then what was the issue that they were supposed to look at?
I think it's the converse. I think initially it went to the Agriculture Committee. As it moved through the Agriculture Committee process, it added this component of dedicating a portion of documentary stamps or deed stamp revenues going to Conservation Bank, which then brought it within the purview of the Finance Committee. So it was referred to the Finance Committee, and then through the subcommittee process in Finance, that piece regarding the dedication of deed stamp
No,
revenues to Conservation
We
Bank
haven't
was
heard from
taken
Seven
out.
Wonders in a while.
Are you comfortable with it now?
I'm comfortable with it now.
And what's my take on it passing?
Pending question is second reading of H 3951.
I think there's enough Republicans to say yes on it to get it through,
Ring the bell.
but only by a thin margin because there's a lot of rhinos in there. So maybe by a vote, maybe between 1 and 5 votes it passes.
Reading
I
clerk will
could be
call the
wrong.
roll of the Senate.
I'm guessing.
Second reading,
I will
3951.
tell you, I'm guessing.
Mr. Adams. Aye. Mr. Alexander. Aye. Mr. Allen. Not voting, Mr. Bennett.
Mm-hmm.
Aye. Mr.
And they have
Kansas.
better health care and,
Aye.
you know,
Mr. Cash.
they've got security.
Aye. Mr. Clymer. Aye. Mr. Corbin.
I don't have
Aye.
security.
Mr. Cromer. Aye. Mr. Davis. Aye. Mrs. Devine. Aye. Mr. Fanning. Aye. Mr. Gambrell. Aye. Mr. Garrett. Aye. Mr. Goldfinch. Aye. Mr. Grooms. Aye. Mrs. Gustafson. Aye. Mr. Harpootlian. Aye. Mr. Hembry. The Hembry votes aye. Mr. Hutto.
Yeah, Lancaster
Aye. Mr.
is
Jackson.
quite out there.
Aye. Mr.
As I
Kevin
said,
Johnson.
I'm in low country. So.
Aye. Mr. Michael Johnson. Aye. Mr. Kimbrell. Aye. Mr. Loftus.
Just in Colleton
Loftus
County.
votes aye. Mr. Malloy. Aye. Mr. Martin. Aye. Mr. Massey.
Technically, they
Aye.
call my area the
Matthews.
front porch
Aye.
of the
Mr.
low country.
McElveen. Aye. Ms. McLeod. Aye. Mr. Peeler. Aye. Mr. Rankin. Aye. Mr. Rickenbaugh. Aye. Mr. Rice. Aye. Mr. Sabb. Aye. Mrs. Sin. Mrs. Sin not voting. Mr. Setzler. Aye. Mrs. Shealy. Aye. Mr. Stevens. Aye.
Bradley, thank you for
Mr.
showing up.
Talley. Aye. Mr. Tedder. Aye. Mr. Turner. Aye. Mr. Verdon.
Yeah, there you go.
Aye. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Young. Aye.
Senator Sin votes aye. I'm sorry about that interruption. Senator Allen votes aye.
Razor, I don't know what to tell
Further
you,
members
man.
of the Senate wishing to cast
It-
your vote
It
on
should.
second reading of H
But things
3951.
don't always go that way. They were probably also the first. We were probably also the first to disarm too.
Polls will close. The clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 46 to 0, H 3951 receives a second reading.
3951. That's
Takes
a
us to the
different bill.
next bill on page 28, S 621. The reading. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you rise, sir? State your point.
Under Rule 39, this bill has not been on the calendar the required amount of time.
Your point of order is sustained. Senator from York, Senator Clymer, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is the Senate now at the end of the second reading calendar?
With the end, still in the second reading, but at the end of the calendar, end of that.
Mr. President, I rise to make a unanimous consent request. I
State your
believe that-
request.
Thank you, Mr. President. Believe the senators from Lexington and Fairfield have had their questions answered to their satisfaction with regard to S-700, the Earned Wage Access Act. And so I would ask unanimous consent that the Senate now return to S-700, which is on page 20 of our calendars.
Objection is heard.
All right.
Senator from Sumter, what purpose do you rise?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request.
That we go back to the box to confirm a Kershaw County magistrate.
Is there objection of returning to the box for the sole purpose, for the purpose of Senator for, is objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. We'll go return to the box for the purpose of the magistrate appointment. Reading clerk will please read.
Kershaw County delegation reported favorable on a Kershaw County magistrate initial appointment of Mr. Herbert Clay Caruth III of Camden.
The pending question is confirmation of the magistrate, Mr. Clay Caruth III. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The gentleman is confirmed for Kershaw County magistrate. Senator from Colleton, what purpose do you rise?
For a brief introduction.
You're recognized for introduction. Senator from Colleton.
I rise to recognize a group of volunteers from throughout the state of South Carolina. They're called Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America.
Here we go.
This group is led today by Patty Tuttle as the group leader. Patty, if you would, please stand.
And they can only get 6
And I'd
people.
ask the rest of,
Oh,
give
no,
her
no.
a big hand
7,
for
8,
organizing this today.
9. Oh, so the whole chapter outside of South Carolina is here today. Good.
If those that have come from all of our districts throughout the state of South Carolina will stand as I give this brief introduction of your group, please do so now. Patty Tuttle is here as the group leader along with Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. The group's motto is we support the Constitution and the Second Amendment,
No,
but
they don't.
know that common sense
No, they
laws
don't.
to help keep our families safe are important. Over
Bullshit.
120 people die each day in our country from gun violence. This is a statistical fact. And
No,
over
it's not.
twice that number are shot and are wounded, but somehow survive. We have to do something. Gun violence is now the #1 cause of death for children and teens in South Carolina and in America. Moms Demand
They're just
Action for
crying for
volunteers
attention because
from all
their
over this
husbands won't
state
give them any.
and in your constituents are here hoping that you will hear their voice, have a conversation with them, and help stop or fix S-109 or H-3594 that is under debate today. They want you to understand that training and background checks should be mandatory for anyone carrying a gun.
Have you
in
ever
public.
bought a gun?
This is for the safety
We have background
of
checks
our
already.
children and all in the state of South Carolina. Welcome to the
dumbasses.
South Carolina Senate.
Welcome to the Senate. We're delighted to have you visiting with us today. Nice to see y'all.
Idiots think
Thank
the
you all.
4473 is.
Welcome. Senator
Christ.
from Anderson, Senator Gambrell, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Introduction, please, sir.
You're recognized for a brief introduction.
Ours is that's I'm sure. Or is it Razor?
Senator from Anderson.
Anyways,
Thank
yes.
you, Mr. President. We've got a group with us today in the balcony. The South Carolina optometrists are here today, and we'd like to recognize them and welcome to the Senate, and also remind the body that they have a reception tonight at the Palmetto Club from 5:30 to 7:30. Please stand and be recognized.
Welcome to the Senate. We're delighted to have you visiting with us today.
I'd
Welcome.
rather welcome the optometrists, honestly.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Sin, what purpose do you rise?
Or a point of personal interest.
As she comes to you recognize for point of personal interest. While she comes to the podium, Senator from Orrery, Senator Rankin, what purpose do you rise?
Background
Mr.
check,
President.
Yada, 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 this, yada,
To,
yada, yada.
at the appropriate time, if we have not already, to ask that the Senate adjourn today in memory of a fine fellow from Conway who has since moved to
All right, I'm
Columbia,
gonna step
John
away for a minute
Griggs.
so I don't
If
yell
we
at the screen
haven't already
anymore like Coop.
adjourned, I would ask.
This is all Coop's fault, by the way.
I've known him all my life, died of Alzheimer's disease, and fought valiantly. A wonderful human being who gave to his community, worked at First Citizens Bank forever, involved with Grand Strand Water and Sewer Board Authority, and a huge Gamecock. And as we circulate this petition today in honor of USC Day coming, it is only fitting that Johnny Griggs' name is associated in this journal as we do that. And so I would ask that we adjourn today at the appropriate time in his memory.
Without objection, the Senate will stand adjourned in his memory on the appropriate day. Thank you, Senator Morey. Senator from Charleston, Senator Sin, thank you for your patience. You're recognized for up to 5 minutes on point of personal interest.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I am up here today and you're going to say, Sin, you've been here for 8 years, so exactly why are you doing something that you know you cannot do? And so before I try to do it, I'm going to explain why. I have been a supporter of hate crimes, as many of you know, and I understand there's some dissension within the body. But on last Friday, I was a speaker at a large synagogue, and I was approached 2 times on Friday, 2 different people. One is a gentleman who comes to the State House a lot on hate crimes. His name is Brandon Fish. He was also up here on anti-Semitism last Thursday, I believe it was. And Anita Zucker. who should be a household name for everybody. Both of them told me that I was allowed to call a bill to special order. And I told them I just simply was not, and that there's not but one person that can do that. It's either, well, two, I guess it could be two people, but one is the Rules Committee Chair, and the other is, of course, the Majority Leader. But since I've been here, that person has been one and the same. Both of those slots have been held by the person. However, that person is the one who met with Anita Zucker and with Mr. Fish and told them that indeed I would be able to call a bill to
Hey,
special order, that anybody
not
is able
funny
to be
inside for you.
recognized
Stop that.
during special order. And that may be true, but that just doesn't happen. So when I jump up and down like a fool and try and get recognized on special order for H3014, you'll know why. I'm just proving the point. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator from Charleston.
Remember, she's a
Thank you.
blonde.
With that, that completes the uncontested calendar. We're now in the motion period. The Senator from Edgefield. What purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I move to dispense with the balance of the motion period.
Motion is to dispense with the balance of the motion period. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. So ordered. That takes us now to bills returned from the House. Senator from Collin, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
At the point in time when the senator from Edgefield requested that we dispense with the motions period, there was an objection made and a request for a roll call, and that was not. I was wondering what the procedure was if the rest of the body did not necessarily agree regarding dispensing with the rest of the motions, because we had another senator from Charleston back here wishing to be recognized on the matter she brought to before the floor.
Objection is not in order. That was a motion that was made.
In a roll call request.
I did not hear, I think
I did
because of
both.
well, I'm sorry, the chair did not hear the request. I apologize for that. I think there was other noise maybe around, so I'll make
Probably
sure that
behind
we
me.
order in the future.
I don't believe you hit the gavel, but if I'm wrong, did you
for this,
already?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. So I'd already called, we're on
We'll
bills
try it
returned.
tomorrow then.
We'll have another day. Yes, ma'am. Senate is so informed. As already previously called, we're now on bills returned from the House. S557. The reading clerk, read the senator from Edgefield. What purpose do you rise?
Move to carry over.
Motion is to carry over 557. Those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The bill's carried over. We're further on bills returned from the House. S738 by the senator from Clarendon. Reading clerk will read.
It's a bill to delineate the 9 single-member districts from which members of the Clarendon County School Board of Trustees must be elected, beginning with the 24 general election.
Senator from Clarendon, what purpose do you rise?
No,
Mr. President, I just want to provide just a very brief explanation of the bill.
You're recognized.
Members, this is the bill. As you know, Clarendon County have consolidated our school district. We have one school district for the county for the first time ever. And also for the first time ever, we're
After
going to
this-
have
this
single-member
last
districts
return,
as far as the board is
they
related.
start debating again.
I filed this bill. It passed the Senate.
Or the motion.
It went to the House and it was
committee
amended.
again, or-
And I rise to
Yeah.
ask that we concur with the amendments and pass this bill. Get the bill one second reading.
It's
we,
a
we pass the
local.
bill with the amendments. Concur with the House.
It's a local bill, and the senator from Clarendon is asking that we concur with the House amendment. Is that correct? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, so ordered. This has been adopted. Senator from Charleston, Senator Hampson, what purpose?
Unanimous consent request
State your request.
to go back to the box for the sole purpose of reading a magistrate across the desk.
Is there objection? to going back to the box for the sole purpose of reading a magistrate. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Reading clerk, please read.
Charleston County Delegation has reported favorable on a Charleston County Magistrate, Mr. Kenneth Wayne Luther Jr. of Charleston.
Question is confirmation of the magistrate appointment for Charleston County. Kenneth Luther. Those in favor would please say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. The magistrate is confirmed. Senator from Lexington, Senator Shealy, what purpose do you rise?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request.
My unanimous consent request is that we adjourn in memory of Catherine Durst. Ms. Durst was a lifetime member of Batesburg, Leesville, and she passed away on on Friday, January the 26th, and she will be laid to rest tomorrow, January 31st. She was a good friend. Her daughter was a good friend of mine, but she had lived there all her life, and she was a employee of Bell South and AT&T. She retired there, and then she acquired Alzheimer's and had been sick for a long time, and she passed away after a long, hard fight.
Without objection, Senate will stand adjourned in her memory on the appropriate day. So sorry. Members of the Senate, that now takes us on page 3 to interrupted debate H3594. We have additional amendments on the desk. The reading clerk will publish the next amendment in order. Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson.
Fucking finally.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
How many amendments are on the desk?
Desk, we'll check.
Six that have not been proposed.
Yeah, M. Gabriel, I get the same thing from you too. So.
6 new ones, 5 previously carried over.
We have 5 that's been carried over and 6 that have not been considered at this time. A total of 11. We're on the next amendment. The reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Amendment number 9 is by Senator Jackson, amends a bill in section 3. It strikes section 1623-209 and inserts item 20, item 9, and inserts an item 9.
Senator from Richland, what purpose do you ask?
Mr. President, I'd like to be heard on the amendment.
You're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, if you remember, first day of the debate, we had some discussion about whether carrying guns would be prohibited in offices that provided counseling services. We had a very great discussion about that, and there were some questions asked.
Another Democrat.
Were they covered now?
All right, I'm leaving.
And
I'm leaving
we
for good
certainly
now.
understood that they are not covered under the current bill. So this amendment simply adds
Well, it's already gone
that
to
it
the
is
House.
prohibited to carry a gun
this goes
into any
to the
office.
Senate
Someone
and
can
gets
prohibit if they
voted on.
desire to carry a gun
Then-
into any office that provide counseling,
Yeah,
therapist service to
it
individuals
would
or
go to the
families.
governor.
And what
after
we are
it's
trying to get
agreed
at are
on.
those particular marriage counselors.
Here, let me
After
see if I can
the
get you a link.
debate, I heard from some who were concerned, and what they are concerned about is that if they cannot prohibit someone from bringing in a weapon to a counseling service, then according to them, they will and their staff will feel very uncomfortable, because we can all imagine that there are times during counseling service where people
Who's going to
become
protect
very
me from
emotional.
evil?
And so this,
Are you going to protect?
this bill
are you going to
is
get out and
just
protect
simply
me? I don't
adding
fucking think so.
that category, those services to that. And I will entertain any questions at this time, Mr. President.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you ask?
See if my good friend from Richland would yield for a question or two.
Absolutely.
Senator Yields for
Senator,
question.
did you know that that I feel that every amendment that you put up is in good faith and something that you're working hard on?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I appreciate that. Yeah.
And did you know that I would like to, I think you know where I'm at on having anything that might have the appearance of getting in the way of gun rights. But I do respect what you're doing. And I would like to ask if you would be willing to carry this amendment over and let's talk a little bit. I don't want you, I'm not asking to try to table or
Sure,
anything.
yeah.
I just want to see if you would carry that amendment over unless you and I have a little discussion and then let it come back up in a little bit.
Senator, absolutely. And in fact, that's the way you and I have operated for years, seeing if we can work out some of the details. And if not, then I may or may not come back up here. But I do think this is something that is worth a discussion. And if any of you have any of these services, I'm sure you do, in your district, you can call anyone and ask them, would you like the right to prohibit weapons from coming in to counseling services? And I would imagine they would feel as if
That'll be listed
they
under
would, just
under
like the ones
hospitals
that
and
I talked
doctors.
to.
You can't do that anyways already.
Senator
Anyways,
from Georgetown, what purpose
There's
do
the
you
link
ask?
for where the bill is right
Yes.
now.
Yield for question.
will.
It's
Senator,
already
yield for
gone all the
question.
way through the House.
Senator, you and I had this colloquy on private business versus public accommodations last week, didn't we?
Yes, we did, Senator.
And I appreciate your perspective and what you're trying to get at. Did you know that I did a little digging in the bill? The bill, did you know, currently as written, does not prohibit a private business from stopping someone from carrying, obviously other than the criminal, but does not prohibit a lawfully carrying person from carrying in that business.
Senator, yes, I think you told me that, but if I'm not mistaken, there's an amendment that we discussed last week.
Right.
That would do that.
Yeah. So just for clarity, is it your opinion that a counseling service would be a private business?
Sure.
Okay. All right. And so under the current bill, is it your opinion that a private business, a counseling service
Right.
would be exempted?
Right, Senator. And if you remember, what generated this was, I'm not sure whose amendment it was.
It was mine.
I think it was your amendment that would prohibit
Yeah, M. Gabriel, I
private
can't see it
businesses
where it's
from
held for
actually
review.
doing that. And
so I
that
can't
is what generated
go
the
and
discussion
say,
between
yeah,
you and
you
I.
know,
Right. And the reason that we're having this discussion now is because the amendments are out of order. But my amendment, Senator, did you know my amendment that's coming up next
Right.
specifically addresses your issue, which is private businesses?
I am aware that your
Okay.
amendment is on the desk, and so perhaps I'll be back or not be back based on what happens to your amendment. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, members.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you ask?
You want to make that motion? Mr. President.
Yeah, Mr. President, I move that we carry this amendment over.
Motion is to carry over the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment is carried over. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is amendment number 10 by Senator Goldfinch, amends the bill section 10, strike section
ranting,
2331,
Gabriel. Keep
220,
ranting.
subsection
All
A,
right.
item 1,
I'm
and
going to
insert
step away. I'll be back in a minute.
subsection A.
Senator from Georgetown, what purpose do you ask, sir? Recognized to explain your amendment. Senator from Georgetown.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I've got I think I have another amendment that was carried over, which is substantially the same, and that's amendment number 4. This is a clarifying amendment, so for the sake of brevity, I just ask unanimous consent to substitute this amendment for amendment 4, and I'll withdraw that amendment if that. Just let it come up. That's fine too. That's fine too. We can just take this one up, and when it comes up, I'll withdraw it. That's fine. That's fine, Mr. President. Thank you. All right, y'all. I explained amendment number 4 last week. I'm going to get into it a little bit more this week. This is essentially the same amendment as last week. The difference in this amendment is it clarifies the senator from Richland's point to make sure that a private business can in fact exclude somebody. Okay, what my amendment as a reminder does is it says a public accommodations business, which is defined, the Supreme Court has taken this up multiple times. They've ruled that a public accommodations business does not have the same privacy rights as a private business. A public accommodations business cannot exclude a concealed weapons permit holder behind the placard. Okay, that's very simply what it does. Now, depending on which side you're on, I'd like to address both sides because clearly there's strong opinions on both sides of the bill. Okay, and the amendment makes the bill better, whether you want to vote for the bill or whether you want to vote against the bill. So both sides of the aisle, let me explain what. For those who don't like the bill, for those of you who don't like the bill, I want to talk to you first. For those of you who don't like the bill, I want to talk to you first. Even if the bill passes and you vote against it, you should vote for this amendment because it improves the bill. Right now, under the bill, there is no incentive for training. None whatsoever. Okay? The talking points that we've gotten from the Palmetto Gun Rights and from the NRA says, my amendment creates 2 classes of gun rights. Right now, there's 2 classes, maybe 3 classes of gun rights. There's the class of gun rights, which is the constitutional carry class, the people that are untrained without a permit. There's a class with the CWP, the people that have a permit and conceal, and then there's the criminal class. Okay, there are 3 classes of gun rights right now under the current bill. Under the bill as amended, there will be 2 classes of gun rights. There will be a class of gun rights, constitutional carry. There'll be a class of gun rights, concealed weapons carry. The amendment incentivizes training if you want to go into those gun-free zones. Y'all, it is inevitable. I want both sides to hear this. It is inevitable under this bill that additional gun-free zones will be created. That is the natural instinct of businesses, which by nature are traditionally liberal-minded. They are already putting up placards all over the coast. I don't know about the upstate. I can't speak to the upstate. I don't hang out up there very much. But I can speak to the coast. The coast is full of placards. And when I say placards, I mean gun-free zones. Those are places that you and I, legally carrying a weapon, cannot go. Our constituents legally carrying a weapon cannot go. You know who goes in those gun-free zones? Criminals. Bingo. Criminals. What does the bill do to address this? Nothing. It is a well-intentioned bill, but it does nothing to deal with gun-free zones. When this bill passes, if it passes, if you're on this side of the aisle, for lack of a better term, if you're on this side of the aisle, when this bill passes, your constituents are going to walk into the Walmart, or they're going to walk into a restaurant, or they're going to walk into a bar, or they're going to walk into a hotel or into the Costco, and they're going to say, oh my gosh, I can't carry in this facility. I can't carry in this public accommodations business. And they're going to pick up the phone. Who do you think they're going to call? They're going to call you. They're going to call you and they're going to say, what did you do? What did you do? I thought you passed a constitutional carry bill. I thought I was going to be able to carry anywhere. And what are you going to tell them? Well, I voted for it and I thought you would. Y'all, that's a bait and switch, and they're not going to like you for it. They're not going to like you for it when your primary rolls around. And guess what? They're not going to like you for it when the general rolls around either. What general? They're not going to like you for it. It's a bait and switch. What do you need to do to fix this problem? You need to pass this amendment. A good guy with a gun behind the placard is the only defense that your constituents and their families will have from a bad guy with a gun behind the placard. It is a mistake to do anything but pass this bill, pass this amendment if you're going to vote for the bill. It is a mistake to do anything but vote for this amendment if you're not going to vote for the bill. Don't make this mistake, y'all. We're about to walk into a trap, whether you're on this side or whether you're on this side. We're about to walk into a trap here that the NRA doesn't recognize, that Palmetto Gun Rights doesn't recognize, and that your constituents don't yet recognize. But trust me, they will recognize it when that first placard goes up in your district. They're going to recognize it, and they're going to call you out on it.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, what purpose do you
Senator
ask?
Yield.
Senator Yield for a question.
Senator, it sounds like you're trying to create an incentive to get training, get the CWP training. Is that correct?
I'm trying to create an incentive for training, but not a mandate.
And why do you want training? Why is training important?
Senator, you're asking me to give a dissertation, and I'm happy to do it.
I'm all ears. I know you're quite a sportsman, outdoorsman, and
yeah,
you own many guns. I want to know why you think training is important.
Senator, you as well are probably one of the most gun-minded, outdoorsman-minded people in this entire body. And I want to say this. There's not a better way to put it, okay? Most people don't know how to respond when it hits the fan, and you know what it is. Most people don't know how to respond. Most people see themselves as Rambo in their minds, and they're not. They're not. Those people need to be put under pressure at some point in time in order to learn how to respond to a real threat, especially one that's shooting back at you. I've been there. I'm sure some of you have been there, and it is a crazy, confusing place to be, Senator. I am very concerned about the person that carries, the person that open carries, constitutional carries, and is not prepared for what he's going to get himself into. Now, does that mean that I don't believe in his right to carry? No, that does not mean that at all. But every person that carries should take the initiative to go and get training. Is there a difference in mandating that and incentivizing that? Yes, I do. I think I'm walking that line here, Senator, and this amendment incentivizes, but doesn't mandate. And that's what I want to get at in this amendment, is to incentivize and not mandate. I don't want to kill the bill. I want to improve the bill by incentivizing people who want to be behind the placard with their gun, the good guys that want to go get training and a permit to get behind that placard and defend themselves and their families from the bad guy that's going to walk right past.
I would like to believe that, but I don't know.
So your amendment would create areas where someone carrying with a CWP could enter, but those carrying that don't have a CWP, who are carrying under this constitutional carry regime,
right?
They could not enter these places.
Let me be clear on this. I think the natural effect of the bill will be to create for businesses to create gun-free zones. I think that will be the natural inclination of the business community when this bill passes. Bad or good, however you feel about that, I personally don't like that, but I think that's the natural inclination of businesses. What we're saying is, in the amendment, if you're going to put one of those placards up, the only person that can walk behind that placard legally is a guy that's got a CWP.
And you think there are going to be a lot of placards going up?
I think they're going to be everywhere. Senator, and I think that's going to be the bait and switch that people aren't considering in this bill.
So there'll be a lot of folks who are carrying under the constitutional carry regime, meaning no training, no background check.
Yeah.
That will be denied access to some places.
I think,
a lot of places in your mind. Is that right?
I think Senator, I think when they walk up to the Walmart and they see that placard and they know they have to take their gun back to their car, I think they're going to pick up the phone and call their representative and their senator and say, what did you do? Why can't I carry my gun in the Walmart or the Costco or the hotel or the restaurant? Yeah, I think these are going to pop up everywhere naturally.
Senator, I know that you are a prolific handler, hunter, firearms expert. You have military training, and you have the Georgetown Low Country training too, which may be the most
It's pretty
important.
good.
I
Yeah,
mean,
Coop,
it's
you
pretty
may
that's
wanna
where
turn this
Francis
off and
Marion was
watch
trained,
after the
right? I
fact.
mean, if it's good enough for him, it's good enough for everybody. But I know that you're very prolific and an expert with firearms, actually. But in the training, are there aspects of training? I know there are aspects about
Yeah, we have
handling a
open
gun,
carry with concealed weapons permit here.
but
And
are there aspects
I haven't seen blood
that
in
the
the streets
common
like mom
person
demand
would
action
not
say.
know
Nobody's
about dealing
died.
with the law and
I don't see
actually
blood in
when
the
you can
streets.
use
I don't see
lethal
the Wild
force?
West.
Thank you.
Is that important?
What the fuck does
Thank
it
you for
matter?
bringing that up. I was going to get to that, and I either hadn't gotten to it yet or I passed over that in my mind. Senator, the bill increases the amount of training, by the way, to 12 from 8, which isn't a lot, okay? The current CWP training isn't a lot.
It increases it to what now?
From
how-
8 hours of mandatory training to 12 hours to get your concealed weapons
Oh,
permit.
okay. So what are the extra 4 hours for?
Half of that is dedicated to legal training. Half of it is dedicated to additional firearms training under the amendment. To answer your question specifically, if you're going to carry a firearm and you're carrying it for the purpose of self-defense, which I think most people under this bill and under the amendment would be doing. That's the purpose of carrying into the Walmart or into a restaurant or a movie theater is personal defense. You better dang well understand when you can and can't shoot somebody. Okay, that's a dangerous place to be, to just pull your weapon on somebody and shoot them and not know whether or not you were within your lawful right to kill
What's the
somebody.
difference? If you do it wrong and you do it right, what's the difference? What are the consequences?
Possibly life in prison.
Versus self-defense.
Versus self-defense, right? It is a dangerous area of the law that you better understand. And incentivizing that training, not mandating it under the amendment, incentivizing that training can't be a bad thing, y'all. You need to understand when you can and can't kill somebody. And that's not as easy as what you think sometimes.
Are you familiar with, it's just in the last year and a half, I'm not sure if it was in South Carolina, I think it was in Georgia, where an elderly man shot someone that just walked up their stairs and was on the porch and shot him while he was on the porch.
Very unfortunate.
And it's in it that
it was a child.
The person who was shot just was mistaken about which home he was going to. And this elderly man, if he'd have known the law of when you can use lethal force, what is that law with regards? I know you know what it is, Senator. So what is that law when it comes to using a gun for self-defense in your home?
Yeah, the stand your ground law is what you're talking about, or Castle Doctrine, which has gone through about 13 different iterations in the last 2 decades. But essentially, you have to understand that person is a clear and present danger. You have to announce yourself. You have to kill the guy, or before you kill the guy, you have to ensure that person is clear and present danger.
And they have to be breaking into the house. Don't
I would ask that the Senate suspend momentarily.
Sure.
Sergeant. Ratify acts. Please stand as the Speaker and his distinguished party enter the chamber. Yeah. Please be seated and ask the Senate stand at ease in the process of ratification of acts. We welcome the Speaker.
So for some reason, the Speaker of the House, the South Carolina House, is over here for ratification of acts. So they're finalizing a bill. Just give me one senator that says, let's vote on it. Oh yeah, in South Carolina, you don't have to announce anything. They're just putting it on as a show. So I ain't announce this shit. If I find myself in a clear and present danger, I'll try and GTFO. But if I can't, I'll defend myself. I'm not required to retreat. But honestly, I don't want to get in a fight if I don't have to. But that doesn't always work for people. So, you got to be prepared for the worst. Get text messages from Democratic Party today. Ugh. Go away. No, right now they're ratifying an act. So so once it goes through the House and the Senate, they ratify it. And then once it's ratified, it goes to the governor. Who entered the hall? It's the South Carolina Senate. No, it's the South Carolina House of Representatives Speaker, and probably his lieutenant. So, because if you look at the link that I posted up earlier, it shows you the progression of the bill, the 3594. I'll go and pin the message. So if you look at that, it has to go through both the House and the Senate. Then it goes for ratification. That's when one body goes to
members of the Senate,
and then it
please
goes to the governor.
rise
The governor
as the
signs it,
Speaker of the House of
becomes
Representatives
bill.
and his party. Good to see you, Sergeant. Exit the chamber.
So that's how it works.
The Senate continues. We're on the amendment from the senator from Georgetown. He retained. Please be seated. Thank you. Please be seated. Senator from Georgetown retains the floor. Thank you, Senator from Georgetown.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator from Charleston continues to be recognized for questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. So,
No, I'm in the city. I can't
Senator,
press pop.
you think that knowing the law of when you can use lethal force and when you can't is so important that even though this bill eliminates that training requirement in the law, you think not only it should be incentivized, but you also think we should add a couple of hours to that legal training?
Legal training and look, gun handling is muscle movement. Like you do it, and you do it, and you do it, and you do it over again, and it becomes muscle movement. Legal training is a little different than muscle movement. It's a whole different part of the brain, and it's something that needs to be taught.
Some people have a muscle for their brain too, which makes it kind of more difficult, right, Senator?
You more than most, Senator.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to. I should
Is that
take
not what you were getting at? I meant it as a compliment, not anything else. But it is.
I'll take it as that, Senator, even though I'm not
it's
sure.
something that requires training. It's something that requires education. It's not something that's observed by osmosis. And most people are not going around getting in gunfights. And so they don't have the opportunity for that muscle movement to identify real threat, not a real threat, somebody posturing, somebody about to kill somebody, bad guy with a trench coat, normal guy with a trench coat. I mean, there's a lot of scenarios that you could go through that would require time and effort and energy.
Ratification
I would
is
hope that
signature
the
via
people that are
both
willing
House
to
and
do
Senate,
the right thing and stand up and defend
then it goes
themselves
to
and their
government.
families and other good people would take the time to understand those
Once
things.
it's ratified,
And that requires
it goes to the governor.
initiative and training.
Governor signs
Senator,
it, becomes law.
Do you think the proponents of this bill are going to support this? Because it seems like the theme is we want no government requirements whatsoever on whether we can or can't carry firearms.
So I understand that sentiment. My argument to them would be, I think we're making huge folly here by giving our constituents the thought that they're going to be able to carry everywhere, and that's just not true. Under the bill, these people that are counting on constitutional carry that don't already have their concealed weapons permits, that are counting on concealed carry, counting on constitutional carry, are thinking they're going to be able to go everywhere, are thinking they're going to have this right to strap on their hog leg and walk into the Walmart. And I'm telling you, under this bill, it is not going to happen. People need to recognize gun-free zones are going to pop up everywhere. And maybe you're saying, I live in Greenville or I live in Spartanburg, and we're all a bunch of freedom-loving people up here, and that's not going to happen. Y'all, you don't know everybody that owns the businesses in your districts. I don't know everybody that owns the businesses in my districts. I especially don't know the Costco's and the Walmarts of the world. But I can tell you they've already got the placards. How many more do you think are going to go up when this bill passes that says people without training, people without a background check can carry openly? How many more of those placards do you think are going to go up? Exponentially, Senator.
Senator, did you know that we have had in the last 20 years two of the most significant Second Amendment cases handed down by the Supreme Court. One, Heller, authored by Antonin Scalia, and the other, Bruen, authored by Justice Thomas. And together, if you read those opinions together, the main message is this, that the Second Amendment is a personal right. That's the first time it was ever decided.
That's right.
Ever held that way. There was arguments it was for militia. When I take this floor on an amendment, I'm going to talk about the militia. It's really interesting, that history. But it's for law-abiding, responsible people. And the current CWP program makes sure you're law-abiding with the background check. The responsible part is the training you're talking about.
I believe he's talking about Turkey Lake.
But also, isn't there range shooting in the training part? It's not just, do I know the law? Is it at least you have to have some proficiency in firing a weapon?
You do. And
handling a weapon properly and
And
safely?
while I can't hit the broadside of the barn, I can hit
And I
enough
would submit to you,
to get a
those
seat
are
every beat.
minimal requirements. And under my amendment, I do increase those to
crickets,
12 hours
definitely.
rather than 8. I think if you can do it in 2 weekends, that's great.
Senator, I got to tell you a story, and I'll give you a question at the end, but the story is prefatory. when I took my CWP,
Just vote on it, yes or
first
no.
of all, I had Jakey Knotts as my instructor, which was quite an
No comment on
that was quite an experience. But during the range time, a lady comes up to me with a 38 special snub nose,
Yeah.
and she points the barrel at her face,
Yeah.
and she asked me, "Which hole does the bullet come out of?"
Yeah. Those are true stories. I've heard a lot of them. I've seen them.
And I mean, in a revolver, for those who don't know, there's a barrel. That's one hole.
Yeah.
And then there's 4 other holes you can see in the cylinder if it's a 6-shooter.
Right.
And that's in the cylinder. Right. Which hole does the bullet come out of?
Right.
This guy's a turkey
And
leg.
I
He's a giant
called
turkey.
the instructor over and told him, you have a remedial student here that needs real attention.
Right.
And
Right.
after I took the gun away from her,
Yeah.
then she shoots. First shot 10 feet. You're shooting at doesn't even hit the target, not the bullseye, misses the whole target.
Yeah.
Target this big at 10 feet.
Right.
And 5 times.
Yeah.
Finally, the instructor got her on paper where she could actually hit something close. But some people, I didn't need that training, but do you think that, I mean, based upon that story, and I'm sure some of your own experience, there is a need for some type of training.
Oh, yeah.
For a lot of people don't need it.
Yeah.
But I didn't need it.
Right.
But there are some people that do need it. Isn't that right, Senator?
There's 100% people need it. Even people like myself and you that, don't need it can always improve. The people that have never handled a gun in their entire life, Senator, there is not universe enough for improvement in some of those folks. I had a very similar experience last week and took a gun from somebody at my own shooting range. So I know exactly who you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about, and those are dangerous people.
Yeah, and I took someone quail hunting. They were new. Quail hunting's the most dangerous
It's
hunting
very
of all,
dangerous
really.
if you're not
And,
careful. Yeah.
But gun goes off
Yeah.
as the safety is pushed up on an over and under, and the gun goes off just like this.
Yep.
And
Yep.
you train them, you got to be up here, but if they're like this, they could have
Somebody's
killed a
dead.
dog or a person.
Yeah.
So my experience, Senator, I don't know, I'm going to ask you share this experience because you're a big firearms handler, and there's not a week that goes by from August to April in which I don't not bearing different types of arms, doing different things, hunting, managing property on the tractor, whatever. But my experience is those who spend more time with firearms and teaching people about firearms are the ones that end up being the most particular about the importance of the type of training that you're trying to incentivize. Do you agree with that?
Well, yeah. When you see somebody shot, it'll make you like that.
I'm sure you've seen that in your service.
I've seen a few people shot. I've seen somebody shot at a shooting range in the hand, and it's an ugly, ugly thing. And it makes you a little bit gun shy about people who are waving the barrel in the wrong direction or walking around with an open chamber. Yeah, people that have the most experience are usually the most gun shy because they've seen some horrible things.
And so you're not concerned that this is going to make 2 classes of people, and one being someone with a CWP and one who doesn't have a CWP, because the non-CWP people, is your argument for this is they're going to be excluded from a lot of places. And is that correct? That's your opinion?
100%. It's 100% correct. It makes no sense why any gun rights advocate in here or out of here would want a gun-free zone with nobody but bad guys filling that space with guns. That makes no sense to me, and it can't make any sense to anybody that has any sense, Senator. I don't know how else to put that.
I appreciate it. I'm going to support your amendment. I think it's well reasoned, and from someone who has a great deal of experience handling guns. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you raise, sir?
See if the senator from Gold Goldfinch, sorry.
Georgetown.
Senator from Georgetown would yield for a question.
Yes, sir.
Senator yields for question.
Senator, we've got almost 30 states that have constitutional carry. Well, how do they recognize it? I mean, do they have something? It really concerns me that we create two classes of gun owners. And I think you probably struggle with it a little bit, but I know your heart. I know I love coming hunting with you. I love fellowshipping with you. I know you're being genuine in what you do. But how do the other states handle that? Do you know? I mean, I've never really heard of a dual placard system.
So I looked into this issue 12, 14 hours last week, talked through it with the NRA. I talked with it through Palmetto gun rights people. I talked with it through the sponsor of the bill, the sponsor of the House bill, Bobby Cox, Representative Cox. And the bottom line is most states don't have a placard law the way that we do. There are some gun-free zones in some of these states that have concealed weapons permits, but they don't deal with them. The bottom line is the gun-free zones have remained gun-free zones after constitutional carry passed. And I just find that for such a gun-loving state, I hate to say it like that, but I mean that I love guns. So for such a gun-loving state, that seems like an incredible miscalculation for us to get into a situation where we act like we're giving people additional rights, but at the end of the day, they're not going to be able to use them. That seems like an incredible miscalculation. Well-intentioned, certainly, and potentially has the ability to expand people's rights if we could get good guys with guns in the gun-free zones.
I'm going to have some more questions for you, but I wanted to ask that.
Thank
you. See other people standing.
Appreciate your question.
Senator from Collington, what purpose do you ask?
See if the senator would yield for a quick couple of questions.
Senator yield for questions. Senator yields for questions.
Senator, I want to make sure I understand the premise of your amendment because I think I was getting it mixed up. Your amendment would basically say that those people, those private establishments, have the right, like the Walmarts, the Costco's, to my law office, your law office, we have the right to put up a sign, a placard saying, no concealable weapons allowed unless possessed by a person with a valid CWP.
I hate to beat this drum over and over again, but I want to make sure that I'm clear on who can and who can't, okay?
That's what I wanted you to do.
Okay. A manufacturing facility, Lockheed Martin, who is here today, for instance, they could ban anybody they want to on their premises.
And they could say, even if you have a concealed weapon permit, you can't come on our premises.
Exactly. The hypothetical that the senator from Richland came up with, a doctor's office that provides, that's not a business that's open to the public. That's not a public accommodations business.
Right.
That business could prohibit anybody that they want to. A private business can prohibit anybody they want to from coming in the door with a gun. Of course, we know the practical effect of that is only bad guys will be inside with a gun. But the premise is correct. Any private business can ban somebody. Right.
I understand the issue of municipalities and whatnot.
Right.
So that business can either put up one of two signs: no concealable weapons, which means that even if you have CWP, you cannot have the gun on the premise.
If you're a private business.
Yes. I mean, all of this is going to be on the premise of a private establishment.
Gotcha. Okay.
The next class of placard that can be posted by a private business is no weapons, no concealable weapons allowed unless you have a CWP. Now, my question is simply this. As you go down further into your amendment, I got a little confused because further in your amendment, it says a person who, this goes to the penalty section, a person who knowingly brings a concealable weapon, whether concealed or openly carried, onto the premises or in our workplace in violation of this provision of this paragraph may be charged with the violation of section 1611-620. Then, because you reference it in 1611-620 is not explained in the actual bill we're arguing today, I looked it up and it's entering premises after warning. And in entering premises after warning, a violation is you get a fine and up to 30 days in jail. And it does not reference anything. Does that, when you look at that, it doesn't seem like that's the appropriate violation. It says entering premises after warning or refusing to leave on request. And it doesn't talk about guns or anything, but yet it's referenced in your amendment.
The reason it's there is because this is a system issue behind the desk that I don't quite understand how to explain. But basically, I said what I wanted to do in order to incorporate that language into the amendment. They had to copy and paste the rest of the law that was already there. I didn't mess with any of that.
It doesn't
That's
seem to
existing
follow,
law.
though. My question is, I'm sitting here reading it, trying to think what I would be doing in representing a defendant who came in and said, hey, I got charged with this. And I'm looking at it, and violation of that placard does not seem to flow. And if you would follow with me a little bit, and so maybe we might need to tweak the amendment as it relates to the penalties. The penalties go on to say, and if you would follow with me, in addition to the penalties provided in 1611-620, which I can tell you have nothing regarding graduated penalties for first and second, a person convicted of a second or subsequent violation of the provisions of this paragraph must have his permit revoked for a period of 1 year. Then my question is, if you have a permit, you wouldn't have gotten charged. That's why that's sort of redundant there, because
It's just, I think it's just null. It's
null and
irrelevant.
void.
It's irrelevant.
So-
If you've got a permit and you're behind the placard, it's irrelevant. All they did, I didn't change anything about the penalties. It was just copied and pasted in
I'm
place.
just saying that, wouldn't you agree that that's a little confusing in this amendment? Because
I mean, it might be, but it's irrelevant. You're not going to get charged with it if you're behind the placard. I mean, I think that's pretty clear from the beginning. If you'd like me to clarify that in the amendment, I'll be happy
it's just
to do it.
confusing, and I don't think that that's the proper statute, because it should be the unlawful carrying of a gun statute that it references, not entering a building or entering a facility after. That's a trespass statute that they reference. So
I understand your point.
that's why it was confusing to me. I'll take a trespass, but I don't think you can get the graduated penalties you're looking for under our criminal code on a trespass
Well,
to take away someone's CWP.
Yeah, I'm not looking for any of that at all. I understand your point. It might be confusing, but I didn't mess with any of the penalties. But I do understand your point.
Thank you.
Senator from Greenville, and then I'll come to the senator from Horry. Senator from Greenville, Senator Loftus, what purpose do you rise?
Would Senator Yield for a question?
Senator Yield for a question.
Senator, thank you. I appreciate your concern over untrained individuals with a firearm for the first time, especially. But let me ask you a question. In the volunteer training, how do they certify that to someone who might ask, law enforcement officer or whomever?
It's the same CWP process we've got now. There's no change.
So they would have a certificate or a card or something that indicates they've completed the course?
Just like under the bill, the CWP permit doesn't go away. The only thing that changes in the CWP permit and the amendment is the additional training.
So they'd have to take the same CWP class?
It's the same CWP class. It just adds 4 hours of training.
But the department wouldn't issue a certificate CWP, would they?
Correct. It's the same exact CWP permitting process. Yeah. It's just additional training. And obviously if you already have a CWP, you would be grandfathered.
Yeah.
Senator from Horry, Senator Rankin, what purpose do you rise, sir?
See if the senator will yield for a couple of questions.
Senator Yield for questions.
And I've heard this colloquy and perhaps the Sermon on the Mount last week. And as you continue to extol us on this, it seems to make more sense to me today than it did the other day. But just following up on the senator from Greenville's question, the last one particularly, under your amendment in South Carolina, if that amendment is adopted, if the Senate passes this bill and the House concurs with our language and the governor signs it, will CWP holders, will they have to have a permit on their person when law enforcement comes to them and asks them for that permit?
In front of the placard or behind the placard? Anywhere.
Anywhere.
If you're not behind the placard, the answer is no. You would be able to carry, constitutionally carry. If you're behind a placard and officer for some reason had probable cause to stop you and ask you if you've got a permit, which, you know, maybe they do, maybe they don't. If they had probable cause to ask you if you had a permit, you would have to have your permit on your, same law as we have now. You'd have to have your permit on your person.
So the dividing line is behind, I hate to invoke the Wizard of Oz, but behind the curtain.
Behind the gun-free zone, correct.
And that curtain or that gun-free zone would be denoted simply by a placard on a door.
Correct.
Behind which law enforcement could say, ma'am, sir, do you have your permit on you? On the outside of that, the officer could not say to them, show me your permit.
In front of that, it reverts back to the bill itself, the core of the bill, which is constitutional carry. Right.
Okay.
And again, I think there's a probable cause question there, but I know you're not getting at that. But yeah.
No, but, and again, we with Senator Morey, we talked about that the other day. Again, this bill doesn't change existing law as to what gives an officer the right to question.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. So this bill doesn't change any of that.
No.
All right. And so again, this is a no-brainer for either side of the aisle or the issue.
Seems like it.
This makes sense to do it because you are focusing on maintaining or creating some incentive to continue getting training and in fact enhancing that training.
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean that again, there's two sides to that. Yes, if you're going to vote against the bill, fine. If you decide to do that, you might as well try to improve it and incentivize some training. If you're going to vote for the bill, you need to recognize that there are going to be gun-free zones that are going to be created through the creation of the bill, and you might as well give your constituents the right to carry in those gun-free zones pursuant to the law. So it makes sense for both sides, Senator. Whichever side you fall on, you ought to pass this amendment.
And again, not the law enforcement's, as I've described it, the only tool they've got to ask someone if they are lawfully carrying now. This is not under consideration. It is maintaining the incentive to continue and enhance the training.
That's correct.
Okay. So, and I should perhaps not direct this at you, but you know, I'm getting flyers, door hangers.
Me too.
And most recent, I thought it was 26 states. At least that's what they left on my doorsteps.
Something like
that had passed it. I've heard today that it's 30 states that have passed it again. Whatever the number, so almost 50 states have passed it by that logic. But perhaps you were here when I asked the question the other day about law enforcement and their position on this bill. And I don't know if you heard my question. I don't recall who the speaker in the well was, but do you know of any law enforcement officer, sheriff, police chief, subordinate officer who has told you, Senator Goldfinch, this is a good idea to pass open carry without permit, without training?
Without my amendment? The answer is no. With my amendment, I've heard some support. Yeah.
Okay.
But without the amendment, no.
All right. And again, I don't recall who I asked, but specifically, did you know that a number of folks are concerned about the very thing you're talking about, taking away the training? And those folks I'm talking about, law enforcement, who this, under current existing law, at least SLED, well, let me back up. To get degreed by the police academy, you have to demonstrate proficiency in gun safety as well as the law in terms of presenting a gun.
Right.
You know that.
Right.
And you know that they do that at least every year in their continuing legal education, continuing firearm, whatever you call it, CFE. Yeah. They do it at least once a year.
They do it at my gun range, Senator. A lot of them do.
And in fact, did you know that at least regarding SLED, they do it 4 times a year?
Yeah.
Various guns that they are exhibiting, learning, relearning proficiency in the safe handling of, right?
Right.
Okay. And so the idea that somehow and I hate to use the analogy, but we hear it a lot. Congress wants to pass a bill that affects the rest of the world but doesn't affect them.
Yeah.
We here are trying to pass a law that affects the rest of the state except law enforcement.
All right.
And we are creating a second class of citizens who we are going to trust if we pass not your amendment, but the bill, to have more sense, more training, more proficiency in operating a firearm than me. Does that make sense? Does my question make sense to you?
I think I know what you're getting at. Should the general public have less training than a police officer that goes to a range 2 or 4 times a year to get certified? And how does that make you feel? To each his own, but to me, more training is a good thing. Even if we don't mandate it, we should incentivize it.
So, again, I consider that a noble effort to incentivize, to effectively keep what we've got that has law enforcement unanimously, affirmatively, and under oath, at least to the hearings that I participated in, saying we are not asking for this and we don't want this. But the idea that we create some incentive to keep doing it is a noble one. So I want to tip my hat to you. And then finally, to the specific point about why training, Senator Charleston, your exchange, again, public safety, law enforcement safety, and again, the concern for the enhancement, the safety of our society, our citizens in South Carolina, which we, like law enforcement, are charged to try to enhance and encourage, right?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And one of the topics that we have not gotten into yet, but you just touched on, is the use of your firearm against a bad guy, which is a good thing when there is law enforcement present. And what do you do in that situation, Senator? And those are questions that are only answered through appropriate training.
I want to submit to you, and again, did you know, and I will talk more about this later on, but to the question of, again, anybody saying they want it, anybody saying they need it, the refrain from the governor last week, we talked about it, the refrain from everybody I speak to, enhanced penalties. We succeeded, Senator from Orangeburg and others succeeded in adding that to the fentanyl bill.
Mm-hmm.
This bill tethers, effectively holds hijack that which law enforcement wants by adding something that they don't want.
Yeah.
And my final point to you, again, every law enforcement officer in the Horry and Georgetown County, chiefs of police or sheriffs of either county or the Horry County Police strongly oppose open carry without training, without the ability to make a lawful stop and question to identify the illegal felons that are doing harm to our society. Did you know that?
And I did know, and I think the senator from Horry, who's standing in the back of the room waiting to ask a question right now, I think the senator from Horry has some amendments to address some of those things.
Thank you. And again, I will reference this later in more detail, but December 5th, 23, signed a letter signed by these individuals that I identified. Thank you.
Senator from Lexington, Senator Setzler, what purpose do you ask?
Purpose in the introduction is with the senator holding the floor.
With the senator from Georgetown retaining the floor, the senator from Lexington is recognized for introduction. Ask the Senate to give the senator your attention. Senator
Mr. President, it's my pleasure on your behalf to introduce a guest we have in the balconies this afternoon. I'm going to ask Mr. Bill Kriegel, Vice President and Government Relations for BorgWarner, to stand, please. Mr. Kriegel is connected with BorgWarner, is also a friend of the President of the Senate. BorgWarner has a facility in Seneca, South Carolina, which was destroyed by a tornado on Easter night 2020. Because of COVID, they had a skeleton crew there. If they had not been for COVID, they would have probably had 300 employees in this facility, and the president just showed me the pictures. If you see it, you wouldn't believe it. It was level to the ground. They rebuilt that facility in Seneca in a record time, and not only rebuilt it, but expanded it and provided more jobs in Oconee County and the surrounding areas. We appreciate what you and Borg Warner do for South Carolina. We appreciate your friendship with the President of the Senate of South Carolina, and we would ask the members to stand and please give him a warm welcome. Thank you for your facility in Seneca. Thank you for expanding it and providing jobs for the people of South Carolina. Let's give him one round warm.
Welcome to the Senate. Delighted to have you visiting with us today. Thank you so much for taking your time, and thank you for the Borg Warner Seneca plant and the example that y'all are for South Carolina in manufacturing. Welcome. The senator from Georgetown retains the floor. Senator from, thank you, Senator from Lexington. Senator from Dorchester, Senator Bennett, what purpose do you rise, sir?
I wonder if the senator would yield for a few questions.
Yes, I will.
Senator yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. Senator, before I start, I want to apologize for probably making you do again what you said a few minutes ago that you hate doing, which is beat this dead horse. But I've been trying to listen back here, did you know, and I feel like I've gotten about at least 3 different answers to this question, at least as I heard some of the dialogue back and forth. And really this is surrounding the component of your bill that talks about the exception for the public accommodations businesses. And if I recall, it seems to me that you were conceding that private companies could choose to not fall under this requirement of letting even CWP holders pass the placard.
That's correct.
And what companies, what businesses do not fall under those protections?
So a public accommodations business, as Senator, actually the Senator from Maury and I were just having this discussion. A public accommodations business is a business that invites the public in, is open to the public. So that would be a restaurant, a bar, Walmart, Costco, retail type facilities. It would not be a manufacturing facility. It would not be a counselor's office, a doctor's office. It would not be anywhere where the public is not mingling around and purchasing goods and doing their thing.
So, Senator, and I'm not an attorney, not even one of those caveman attorneys.
Thank goodness.
Right. Thank goodness for a lot of reasons, mainly for the public's reason. But is there good case law on the books that addresses each one of those instances? Is there any ambiguity between those businesses?
Senator, I'm going to be as honest about this as I can, or as clear about this as I can. I'm going to be honest with you. I asked to define what I wanted from staff. I was told multiple times, this is what you want. I asked for it. I was explained that this comes from case law and it's also defined in statute. And the lawyers back here and the lawyers out there are the ones that gave me that definition. If somebody has a definition to the contrary, I'd like to fix it right now.
So I guess, Senator, my question would be, if I'm the Sean Bennett shade tree mechanic,
sure,
and the public is going to come into my facility for me to work on their vehicles, again, much like if I was an attorney, probably not very many people would come in for me to work on their vehicles. But would that not draw me into this public accommodations definition?
If your business is open to the public, to me, that's a public accommodations business. And is that vague enough, ambiguous enough to create some litigation? Maybe so. But I think it's pretty clear the businesses that are not public accommodations businesses, maybe there's some ambiguity on the mechanic. Maybe there's some ambiguity on some of those type businesses. I don't want to just sort of randomly spout them off the top of my head, but sure,
Sure,
there could be
Senator,
some there could be some ambiguity on those, and I'm sure certainly some gun rights person could come along and challenge a placard somewhere. Sure.
So, and that really gets to the heart of my question, because while I think we would all agree there are certain people on one side of this issue that would probably argue, and they could probably skillfully argue, and maybe even very compelling arguments that there should be none of these gun-free zones. So that's what really creates an atmosphere where we are unsafe. And
Sure.
if we just did away with everything, everybody would be better off.
Yeah.
And again, that could be a very compelling argument in a lot of cases. But then there's the flip side to that, and I think. And again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, because last week when we started this debate, I unfortunately had to be out of the chamber for a while to attend a funeral. I was listening to the debate while I was driving back, and you were at the podium, and I don't know if it was a conversation or a comment was made about the fundamental rights of private property rights, right? That, at least in my mind, rise to the same level as many of our rights. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, do we have a conflict here?
I don't think so. I mean, Senator, I have debated this in my head since I started, drafting this amendment, and whose rights are paramount in this case. And you can't have it both ways. You've got to get on one side or the other of the road in this particular case. Whose rights are paramount in this case? We are a body that balances the equities and the rights between parties every day, maybe every week, certainly every month, right? I can go back to multiple debates where we've balanced the equities. In fact, Senator Davis has made that compelling argument multiple times. We've had that argument when we talked about abortion multiple times. We have to make tough calls all the time on whose rights are paramount in any particular situation, and we choose. I do not think that a gun rights advocate, let's just call him the gun holder, okay, for lack of a better term. I don't think the gun holder's rights are paramount to a private business person's rights. I don't believe that. If I run a private club, if I run a law firm, if I run a medical facility, if I run a manufacturing facility, I think those people's rights are paramount to the gun holder's rights. They should have the right to tell that person, you're excluded from my facility. However, if you open your doors to the public, a retail operation, for instance, a restaurant, for instance, Walmart, Costco, if you open your doors to the public, and now I am subject to everybody else's whim within that space, I think you have a little less of a private property right than I do of a self-defense right. So yeah, I'm balancing those equities in a place that is a public accommodations business open to the public. I feel like the person who has the right to defend themselves, that right is paramount to the private business, or to the public accommodations business's right to privacy.
And surely you would agree, Senator, that when you talk about a public, again, this herein lies the problem, because I think the argument could be made that every business is a public accommodations business. And that's really why I kind of asked about the case law stuff, because I'm told by other attorneys that case law matters.
Well, it does, but I mean,
but when we talk about being at the whims, I mean, surely you would agree that a gun owner's rights and the right to protect their family, which I 100% agree with, they are not necessarily subject to the whims, because they certainly have the choice not to partake or not to go into those businesses, right?
Absolutely. If you're in a place where you have choice, okay? My contention, my argument here to you today is that I believe this bill will create a situation where there's very limited choice, especially in some of the districts like mine and some of the districts like the Senator from Horry and the Senator from Horry beside you. I don't know about, like I said, I don't know about the upstate. I don't go to Greenville and Spartanburg, but maybe once or twice a year. But I know that in my district, those placards are already everywhere. Sure. And this bill will only create or worsen that scenario where I will not have choice to go. I'm going to pick the conservative grocery store rather than the liberal grocery. That's not going to happen in my district. I'm going to be faced with, do I pick the carrot out of my garden, or do I leave my gun at home and go to the Publix? And that is an unfair decision for me and my family.
Fair enough, Senator. Last thing I'd just point out is I wholeheartedly agree with you on when you talked about the importance of training when it comes to the legal aspects of training, because that is, Senator, did you know that when my youngest daughter, I have two daughters, when my youngest daughter turned 21, and I asked her, what she wanted for her birthday, she said, unlike my oldest daughter, who could not care less, right? I would like a firearm, Dad.
Cool.
And I would like to get my CWP.
That's great.
And Senator, did you know that I made the comment to her that I'm happy to do that as long as you will promise me a couple of things. And one of them was, when you go to the class, we pay attention in the class, right?
Sure.
And you use the skills and the training that we've taught, your whole life, and then you apply those to the CWP. But the second piece of that was, you have to promise me that if you are going to carry in public, once you obtain that CWP, that you're going to commit to me that you're actually going to go to the range on a regular basis and practice.
Yeah, that's one of the most, Senator, you're so right about that. There are so many people that will go get a CWP and they never touch that gun again for 8 years. And then they stick it in their purse and they walk into the movie theater, and God help us all, what happens?
Sure. And Senator, did you know, while I agree that, making sure, like Senator from Charleston mentioned, the person that didn't know what end of the gun of the gun was actually the useful end of the gun. While I think that's important, Senator, did you also know, Senator, that I believed, not only sitting through my own CWP class, but then sitting back through it and kind of watching it with different eyes, the eyes of a parent watching their adult child now going through that process, is probably the most important pieces to me were the pieces that you talked about earlier, which were the legal aspects, where you can, where you can't, what you should, what you shouldn't do. Be aware that you're not protected in this event, but you are protected in that event, Senator. So I appreciate the thought process that you're going through to figure out how do we thread that needle to get to the point where we know that the law-abiding citizens are going to want to do the right thing always, not be restricted by some arbitrary government intervention, certainly, but also making sure that that even when you're granted that ability or that expansion of that rights in their mind, that you are still held accountable to your actions.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's incredibly important.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Senator, a quick question.
Sure.
Senator, yours a question.
Senator, did you know that I'm not an attorney?
I didn't know.
Senator, just had a quick question for you. There's been a lot of discussion on the floor, did you know, about potential litigation. And one of the big concerns, did you know, is about whether or not this amendment would bump up against private property rights. And it may very well. There's that question out there. I just had a concern and didn't know if you looked at it, did you know, that if this amendment passes and the bill is litigated in some way, have you thoroughly looked at the severability clause in the back of the bill? Because I've seen a lot of severability clauses in our legislation. I've never seen one quite like this. To me, it was pretty ambiguous, but there again, I'm not an attorney, but if you had just sort of taken a look at that to make sure that if this passes and it's litigated, all of our efforts here aren't completely gone away and just certain parts not stricken out.
I'll be happy to look at that, Senator. I can tell you the intent is not to kill the bill. if my amendment for some reason is found unconstitutional, my intent is not for the bill to go away with it. I will certify, swear under oath, that is not my intent.
Senator from Orangeburg, Senator Hutto, what purpose do you ask, sir?
See if you're here for a couple questions.
Senator Yields for questions.
Yes, sir.
So if I'm a consumer and I want to shop in a gun-free zone, therefore I like the idea that Walmart's got to sign up.
Sure.
I won't be able to do that anymore.
You won't be able to do that in a retail space that has, if the bill passes.
Yeah.
If the bill passes, you're correct. You would only be shopping with concealed weapons permit holders or bad guys, one or the other, or both. Yeah.
Okay. And
probably both.
all right.
If I had to guess.
And if I'll just keep using the example of Walmart. If I'm the Walmart, now I need to carry additional insurance because I got people armed inside my store.
They're already there, Senator. I mean, there's concealed weapons permit carriers and illegals carrying inside of a Walmart right now.
Yeah, but they've already taken a step to distance themselves from that by putting the sign up, right?
Yeah, but you and I both know insurance companies get their money no matter what, right?
I'm not worried about them so much as I was worried about the person who's trying to buy insurance to protect themselves.
Yeah, I can't tell you. I've never tried to understand the rationale or the logic of an insurance company that whose sole purpose is to limit the number of claims they pay and to increase the amount of premiums they charge. I don't get it. I don't pretend to get it. I couldn't tell you whether or not this placard will increase a premium, whereas the old placard didn't. I can't. I'm not an expert in those matters.
Let me go to what the senator from Dorchester was asking about public accommodations. So what about, I assume this does not override the campus, the university,
No.
the football games, but
Yeah.
so you got the Starbucks on campus. You don't get to say, well, now that's a public accommodation. It happens to be located on Green Street in the middle of campus. I can go in there inside of campus because it's not owned by the university.
If the bill says and the current law says that you're not allowed on a campus, I know if that's a public building or a campus, I didn't change the exemptions. I'm not getting into exemptions. So if the bill says you can't go on campus, you can't go on campus. My amendment would have no effect on that.
All right. So if you got a private restaurant or a lease to a restaurant inside of a park or other places.
You'd be in violation getting to that place. You might be able to carry legally in that place, but you'd be in violation getting to that place, certainly.
Okay.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, what purpose do you ask?
See if the senator would yield for some questions.
Senator Yields for questions. Senator Yields for questions.
Yes, sir.
Senator, we're talking still on public accommodations.
Okay.
And I believe you're going too far, encroaching upon the property rights of the owner of the property. Did you know, Senator, I understand you're trying to create an incentive here for someone to get the training. Why couldn't you just have the businesses have their choice of signs? No weapons allowed if Walmart doesn't want any weapons, or no weapons allowed except for those with a CWP.
Because that will become no choice. I mean, the natural inclination of the businesses under this bill will be gun-free zones everywhere. That's my belief. If you think rationally about it, I think you'll come to the same conclusion eventually.
Well, actually, I wouldn't, because I believe what a lot of the business owners would determine is people won't be so nervous when they don't see weapons as they would be nervous when they see the weapons. Okay? And so there would be plenty of business owners, I believe, who would put up the sign, no weapons allowed except for CWP holders, because then the weapons are not visible. But nevertheless, my point being, did you know, Senator, that I think what you're doing just goes too far in encroaching upon the property rights of those who own the public accommodation business. So I do not think I can support it.
And I appreciate that, Senator. I'm not going to hold it against anybody in this body that comes down on the rights of the public accommodations business. I just prefer to come down on the side of the person that wants to defend themselves and their families from the bad guy with a gun. That's where I come down, Senator. I understand people want to come down on the side of the Walmarts and the side of the Costcos and the side of the movie theaters. That's just not where I come down. I come down on the side of my constituent that wants to defend himself and his family from a bad guy with a gun.
Senator from Collinton, what purpose do you rise?
To see if the senator would yield for a question.
Senator, you have for questions?
Sure.
Senator yields.
Senator, did you know that I agree with your analysis and how you view the value of the property rights of the business owner? And I did something kind of strange in this chamber. I pulled the bill and looked at the bill and read it, actually read it and evaluated it. And I found a couple of things because I wanted to see how your amendment made this bill better. But in so doing, did you know, Senator, it further confuses the bill. And being honest, section
shut up.
162320.
By the way, I'm back. I got
As
one.
staff has drawn it, says it is unlawful whether or not the person has a concealed weapon permit for anyone to carry about the person any handgun, whether concealed or not, unless otherwise specifically. And this is what you went to very eloquently earlier. You delineated all of those areas other than public areas that you talked about. On the second part of the bill, it says goes into correctional facilities, courthouses, and other governmental entities. And then the bill went into school and colleges, and it gave the penalties for violation of guns, which would make it a felony, which is totally great if you carry a gun, whether concealed or not, on those entities. Then under number 9, it goes to the medical clinic, doctor's offices, and any other facility where medical services are performed. In a violation there, and this is what gets me a little confused, and I keep harping on this, is because when we're talking about a violation of this bill, of the statute where you carry a gun to, say, a daycare or to a courthouse, and you're not supposed to have that gun, it's a felony, or a school felony.
Right.
But here, under where you're talking about, under number 11, it says it's 2 down from the medical clinics and doctors, any place clearly marked with a sign prohibiting carrying a concealable weapon on the premises. And then it goes back to that same statute. It's a felony if it's a school or a governmental facility. But then here, as it relates to my house or my law office or my business, you get charged with a trespass, and it's only a fine. And it just, I'm just trying, are you trying to correct that part of it? Because then that statute, it says place clearly marked with a sign prohibiting the carrying of a concealable weapon.
No, and I
on the
vote against
premises
her
under
every time. But this motherfucker
23, section
keeps getting elected.
2331, 235, and then I go to that in the bill as printed. That part of the bill only tells you you have to have an 8-inch wide by 12-inch tall sign that says no concealable weapons allowed. And then it tells you where it must be placed on the door with a picture of a gun. So, and it concerns me I know this is surprising since I'm a criminal defense attorney also, it only makes that a misdemeanor and a fine for technically trespassing. And it does not affect your rights to have a gun in the future if you violated the statute. Are you okay with that? Or is that, or maybe I should ask, was that your intention
Senator,
to make the penalties different than it is for you violating the statute as it relates to going into a school illegally with a gun?
Senator, I haven't touched the penalties. You're reading the bill. My amendment obviously would make the CWP number, I think it was the number 11, a moot point. But I mean, when you plug my amendment into the bill, that becomes a moot point. But other than that, I haven't touched penalties.
What I'm saying, that's why I'm asking. Don't you think we need to make the penalties consistent throughout this bill?
Look, if the amendment passes and it's required to make the penalties consistent, I'd be happy to support such an amendment. Yeah, but I mean, right now, it's not. It's not at issue if the amendment doesn't pass. If the amendment passes, sure, let's have that discussion, but I'm not messing with any of the penalties.
Would you agree that it might be best before we even consider the amendment to make sure that the penalties line up to make it? Because I might be able to support it then if the penalties made sense, because I don't believe that if you come into my law office and I've got a placard and I've followed the statute and I have a property right, I don't think you should be charged just with no trespassing.
I understand, and again,
She wants to
I
dip us
probably would
over is
support
what she
that,
said.
but I think it's not even at issue if the amendment doesn't pass. So let's pass the amendment, and then I'll be happy to support such an amendment if it makes sense, and that sounds like it does.
Senator from Richland, Senator Devine, what purpose do you rise?
Would the senator yield for some questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Senator, yours for questions.
Senator, did you know, I appreciate you trying to incentivize training. I think training is critical. And as an attorney, it is
Another
very
Democrat, by
important
the
for
way.
people to understand the law as it relates to guns. I just had a question. I know there was several conversations about public accommodations. And Senator, did you know that under Title III of the ADA, when they define public accommodations, they include service providers, as the other senator from Richland talked about, medical doctors' offices, but they also include lawyers' offices, museums, recreational facilities.
Under the ADA,
Under
not under the South Carolina statute.
Right.
Yeah.
And so the confusion behind public accommodations to the senator from Maurice Point is, I think people are not going to understand which businesses are considered public accommodations and can keep people out without a CWP or not.
I think it's a fair comment, Senator. My issue is we go specifically enumerating what public accommodations businesses are. We're going to get into a whirlwind of trouble here. I would suggest we leave it as public accommodations businesses, but I mean, I'm only one man. I don't want to get into the business of trying to define everything that's a public accommodations business, because at the end of the day, we're going to miss something that should have been included. But I understand the point. I got it. Thank you.
Senator from Lexington, Senator Setzler, what purpose do you rise?
Senator Yield.
Senator Yield for questions. Senator Yield
I
for
apologize, I was in a meeting upstairs. Under the current law, without this bill, can anybody carry a gun on a college campus?
A private citizen? I think the answer is no. Well, down the street, I don't know the answer to. I don't want to give. I know that in a public building, the answer is no. But down the street, I don't know the answer to that question. I would think not, but I don't know the answer, sir. I don't want to give you the wrong answer.
All right, so let me ask you a different way. Can they go in the Death Valley or into football stadium at Carolina?
No.
With a gun?
No.
Okay. If this bill passes, can they?
No.
If
With my amendment or without?
Well, let me
Okay.
take it one step at a time.
Okay.
As the bill was introduced, if it passes, can somebody then take a gun into one of those sporting events?
No. Caveat, my understanding from looking at the exemptions last week, the answer is no.
If your amendment gets adopted,
Sure.
can somebody carry a gun in there?
No. In Death Valley or Williams Brice?
Yeah.
No, you have to sell
What
tickets.
about in a classroom on
No,
either
no.
campus?
No, the exemptions are still intact under the amendment.
So
It's
they
just-
all stay there?
The exemptions are all intact except for that one, which I think is enumerated. It's number 11, which is the CWP placard. That's the only one that gets changed.
Senator from Richland, Senator McLeod, what purpose do you rise?
Will the senator yield for a question?
Senator Yields for question.
Thank you, Senator. Just for my own clarity, I've been listening to the discussion and the debate, and I, of course, am also a proponent of training. I think the questions that have been posed today and the comments that have been
It
made
says independent, but it really
really
means she's Democrat because she can't get
confirm,
elected in her area.
for those who may not agree that
So she runs as
training
an independent.
is critical. I have a question about, when I think about businesses. And businesses, of course, in my district, I am a business owner as well. And I'll use my nail salon, for instance. I was discussing with the person who does my nails, who owns the salon. I was telling her about this bill, and she was mortified. She had a very traumatic experience with gun violence as a child.
Nobody cares about your gun
So,
violence experience.
With your amendment, because she owns and operates
Her feelings do not trump my
public,
rights.
I guess, retail establishment, she would not be able to prevent someone from coming into that establishment carrying a weapon openly, a firearm.
Openly, under the amendment, you'd have to have a concealed weapons permit. But
So
yes,
to enter into her establishment,
Yeah.
you'd have to have a CWP.
you have to have a CWP. Yeah.
Can she put a placard on her door saying, expressing that, or is that already the case?
No, under the amendment, the placard would have to express that. Yeah.
Okay, so if she doesn't want guns on her property, does she have a right to refuse someone to come into her establishment if they are carrying with and without the amendment?
And this is the, I think the senator from, I can't remember which one it was now, but we've had quite a few of these conversations. This is the conversation, the debate we had regarding, whose right is paramount in a public accommodations business. I said that I come down on the side of the person that wants to defend himself or herself, as long as caveat, semicolon, hyphenated, italics, as long as that person has their CWP and the appropriate training. Okay. If they do not, then I come down on the side of the public accommodations business. Absolutely, 100% of the time.
You come down on the side of the business.
Absolutely, 100. If they don't have the appropriate training and permit, absolutely, 100%.
Okay, so just to be clear, so if I have a CWP, and I do, and I want to carry, I wouldn't be carrying openly, obviously, but if this bill passes and she doesn't want anyone to enter her establishment carrying a firearm, does she have the right as a private business owner, but a retail business, a service oriented business, does she have the right to deny that person from entering or, coming into her establishment?
Under the constitutional carry bill, yes. Under the concealed weapons permit and training that go along with it, no. So with a CWP, no. With open carry, constitutional carry, whatever we want to carry, yes.
But forgive me. So if she can't deny a CWP holder, right? That's what you're saying. But if she has the placard, she can.
If it's no. Okay, all right. If it's a
I'm
if it's a public accommodations business, a retail business would be
Right.
considered public accommodations.
Right?
They cannot
No,
deny
this is
somebody
what you
that
get
has a
when you have a
valid
Democrat
permit
that runs as an independent.
from their business. They could deny somebody that's open carry and pursuant to constitutional carry.
And she ran as an independent in her area because they only elect Republicans
Thank
in
you.
her area.
Senator from Sumter, what purpose
Apparently
do you ask, sir?
she got
Senator
elected
from
as
Georgetown,
an
if you yield
independent.
for question.
Senator, yield for question. Senator yields.
Senator, I'm probably going to ask you to beat the dead horse again here, but I want to make sure I've got this straight and I'll be as simple and to the point as I can. So what you're saying basically is with the underlying constitutional carry bill, if it passes as written, you're envisioning that businesses that you would call public accommodations businesses would throw up placards immediately banning any kind of concealed carry, creating what you're saying would be a gun-free zone.
Correct.
So under your amendment, basically you're saying that if you are a CWP holder, you would be immune from that.
Correct. And I think the scenario, to take it one step further, I don't want to take a question away from you, but I think the scenario that is bound to happen are constitutional carry folks, open carrying, walking into all of these establishments, and the business themselves then having to govern that. No, you can't come in here, see the permit, so see the placard. The way that we deal with that effectively is to have a placard that says only concealed weapons permits holders with the appropriate training beyond this point.
So who would put that up?
Well, if the businesses choose to put it up, they would. If they choose not to put it up, then the constitutional carry guy, open carrying, could walk in the door.
That's a private business. It's not a public accommodations business, correct?
Make sure I understand.
Here's my question is
Okay.
this. You're saying that what you're creating here is a class of people that cannot be banned from carrying in public accommodations businesses if they have a CWP.
Correct. The bill disallows anybody from carrying in those gun-free zones. The amendment allows trained person with a permit to carry in the gun-free zones. If you want to
And
incentivize
this is
training,
the best South Carolina
this is how
has
we
to
do it,
offer
through the
as
amendment, to
far
allow
as
people
senators.
that
So
take the-
if you
the
live in
initiative
South
to go
Carolina,
get the
start
training
voting better.
to carry inside of the gun-free zone. Yeah.
So what the
This is
example of
getting
Walmart's
ridiculous.
been used. So if Walmart is deemed to be a public accommodations
Yeah, it's
business
a retail business. Yeah.
and Walmart puts up a placard saying no carry, you're saying the incentive is if you get the CWP with training, you can still carry it there.
Correct.
That's the class of people you're creating.
That's the
here.
incentive.
So my question is, you were not altering the underlying exemptions for places in the bill. That number 11 is what you are.
Only the number 11, I think it's 11, but yeah, only the 11.
Right. So my last question is, what happens with that kind of gray area of what is a public accommodations business and what's not? That's defined in a lot of places. Like the ADA, for example, has a list of places they consider public accommodations buildings or public accommodations businesses. One of them would be a daycare. Of course, daycare is exempted under the current.
It's exempted.
I understand,
yeah.
but would that not create some confusion?
If it's not, well, I mean, as everything we do has some ambiguity to it, but if it's not already enumerated, as a lot of the exemptions are, and it's something that's ambiguous, yeah, I'm sure that somebody that's open carrying could say, you can't put that up because you're not a public accommodations business, or sorry, you are a public accommodations business. And so, yeah, maybe it could create some ambiguity, and somebody might have to go litigate whether or not the Walmart's a public accommodations business. I think the Walmart loses that, but
Well, and I think potentially, Senator, did you know, I think a law firm loses that because, for example, because right now I know in the bill, one of the exemptions is like medical facilities, doctor's offices. A law firm is not, but I mean, a law firm is certainly open to the public.
I don't know if it is. I mean, my law firm was never open to the public. I don't want people coming in there unless they have an appointment. If you have by appointment only on your front door, then certainly.
Well, I guess mine's like a barber shop. We still do walk-ins.
How good's your haircut, Senator?
But
I need to come check you out.
But no, I just wonder if you're going to pass an amendment like this, would there be any sense to actually having a definition section that would spell out what a public accommodations business would be as we define it in
Yeah,
South
I mean,
Carolina?
we've been talking around this whole debate, and I truly did debate whether or not that's the right thing internally, whether or not that's the right thing to do. And I feel like if we list or enumerate a big long list of things that are public accommodations businesses, we're going to miss one or not include one that should have been included. I would prefer to just leave it ambiguous, but if that's the will of the body, then that's the will of the body. I mean,
Thank you.
sure.
Senator from Richland, Senator Harpootlian, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Would the speaker yield to a question?
Senator yields for question.
And this is sort of an overarching question, a broad philosophical question. Did you know, I believe I'm going to vote for your amendment. I like your amendment, but.
Would you not say that out loud?
It's a very, very, very good amendment.
Please.
Very good
Please,
amendment.
that's enough.
But I'm after my discussions with Senator Martin last week about the philosophy of and the constitutional requirements under constitutional carry, which is you've got a Second Amendment right to carry a gun pretty much anywhere you want, is what I believe. Did you hear him say that? I mean, I think I used the gallery as an example, and he felt that you had a constitutional right to carry it.
I think that's his personal opinion, but I don't think the bill reflects that with the exceptions. But I understand your point.
So with this, is hole becoming bigger than the donut? Is this real? Are we really going to have, is this constitutional carry or this is constitutional carry light?
I mean, potentially, Senator, but my intent
Light.
is to incentivize training, and I hate to give you talking points, but the best way to explain it to you, my intent is to incentivize training and to give those people that think they are getting an expanded gun right an actual expanded gun right. That's the intent. It's twofold. If we're gonna create gun-free zones all over the state, we at least ought to put a good guy with a gun in those gun-free zones.
Well, as Senator Martin indicated last week, I don't think he was much in favor of gun-free zones, and you're
No.
creating more here.
I can't imagine that he is. I don't think there's many people on this side that are for gun-free zones, but I think the net effect of the bill is the natural net effect of the bill will be to create gun-free zones everywhere.
A lot of gun-free zones.
I would think so.
So again, the hole is becoming quickly larger than the donut. And so this is not, I mean, can you call this a real constitutional carry bill? Or is this sort of I said constitutional carry light. Is it really, I mean, you don't have a constitutional right to carry it in a number of different places under your amendment.
Even without the amendment, Senator, you don't have a constitutional carry. You don't have a right to constitutionally carry hardly anywhere pursuant to number 11. I mean, number 11 is the placard exemption, right? And if you got a placard, you don't have a constitutional right to carry inside the placard, inside the gun-free zone. So the answer is, yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. This as written without my amendment, it's constitutional carry light.
So is this false advertising, these gun right people here? I mean, the Second Amendment zealots, are we selling them a bill of goods?
I don't think that was the intent. I'm not going to imply any intent, but I think that net effect of that is, yeah, we're selling them a bill.
You know, the old saying, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I'm not talking about intentions. I'm talking about what this bill does is not what has been sold to the folks who cherish, what did you call them, gun lovers?
I don't know what I called them, but I don't want it. Now that it's coming out of your mouth, I don't like it nearly as much. So,
Well, I mean, when I heard gun lovers, I had this image. I think we talked about it last year about this weird attraction to guns.
you had a name for it. I can't remember what it is, but
Well, I've forgotten it too.
Yeah, good,
But
good.
this has turned into a very bizarre. It's constitutional carry light, or maybe it's not
This
even
is a delay
constitutional
tactic
carry.
by Democrats and
But you would
rhinos.
agree with me that your amendment, along with a number of the other provisions of this bill,
You
really
delay it,
doesn't allow people to
delay
carry
it so they
guns
don't vote on the amendment, so
openly,
they don't
as
vote on the
Senator
bill.
Martin told us
So
he
nothing
wanted. Is
happens,
that correct?
and they
I
move
don't-
on to something
Senator,
else.
I don't care what the gun rights lobby calls the bill. It doesn't matter to me if they call it constitutional carry or, you know, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me what the name of it is. If they want to tout all over their emails that they've passed constitutional carry after this, it's fine. But at the end of the day, we should do everything we can to incentivize training, if not mandated.
And I agree with you. We ought to incentivize training. We ought to make sure that people that carry guns, know how to use a gun and safely and not put other people's lives in danger. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator from Richland, Senator Jackson, what purpose you ask?
Mr. President, with Senator Yale.
Yes, sir.
Senator Yale for question.
Senator, I thought it was very interesting. You and the other senator from Richland talked about what this bill does not do. And Senator from Richland says it may not do what those who think it's doing. So it sounds like it could be feel-good legislation. Have you heard that expression before in here?
I've heard it.
Have you heard anyone talk about why we perhaps should not pass another piece of legislation called hate crimes, because it really doesn't do what people think it would do?
I've heard that argument, sir.
You ever heard the response to that from a particular senator from Richland? And as my former colleague said, that would be me, who said that we pass feel-good legislation in here quite often.
Oh, I'm sure we do.
So if this bill does pass, and it is labeled as, whether it is or not, feel-good legislation, it would not be the first time we've done something like this, right?
I get your point, Senator, but my amendment is intended to make it not feel good at
Senator,
legislation.
did you know
I got
that
it.
I could not resist the
I know.
opportunity?
I know you.
And I will not. Did you know that for future references, I will never resist the opportunity to remind us sometimes about how our statements are taken one way and should be another way. Senator.
I appreciate the effort, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
Sure.
Senator from Richland, Senator McLeod, what purpose do you rise?
Will the senator yield for another question?
Sure.
Senator yields for another question.
So thank you for yielding. I think
Oh, God,
my
please
previous
sit down and
question
shut up.
confused me and probably everybody in here even more than we were already confused. But I have a different question. After hearing your response to my question and then to Senator McElveen's question, I know where law enforcement supposedly stands on this, on the bill. Where does law enforcement stand on your amendment, and where does the business community stand on your amendment?
So I can't speak to all law enforcement, obviously, but I have spoken to 2 sheriffs and 2 chiefs of police from my area who are supportive of the amendment, not supportive of the bill. I couldn't tell you what they would do if the amendment became
Most
part of
likely.
the bill. I don't know the answer to that, but supportive of the amendment, not supportive of the bill. What was the second part of your question?
Where does the business community
So
stand on your, on the bill and your amendment?
So again, can't speak for the entire business community, but I will tell you that I've spoken with the Manufacturers Alliance, who actually helped contribute to the language to make sure that private businesses were protected, and they're good with it. And I've spoken to the chamber, our local chamber, and the state chamber, who also have expressed that they're good with the amendment. Now, I'm not going to speak to whether or not they're good with the bill. I could take a guess, but I don't want to put words in their mouth.
So you don't know where the chamber or the Manufacturers Alliance is on the bill?
The bill, again, I could take a guess, but I don't want to put words in their mouth, so I'm not going to.
Okay.
But on the amendment, both of those folks have put their stamp of approval.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I would hope that everyone would be a proponent of training. And you mentioned incentivizing or mandating. Well, I won't ask that question. So if your amendment passes, and this may just be a different way of asking the question I asked before, but I really am confused about the implications. So if your amendment passes, what will that mean for retail businesses?
That will mean, and let me answer it, if you will allow me a little license here. Let me answer it this way. I have faith in the person that takes the initiative to go get training and a permit. Okay. So what does it mean to the business, to the retail establishment, to the public accommodations business? Probably nothing, because I don't think under the amendment that a public accommodations business will ever know that a concealed weapons permit holder is in their business. If, God forbid, a bad guy was to ever come in that business, then you would have hopefully have a concealed weapons permit holder in that business to defend. But my hope is that a private business and a public accommodations business will see zero net effect. That is my hope. That a public accommodations business, a private business will see zero net effect from this amendment, unless and until a bad guy comes in there with a gun, at which point in time my amendment would become very pertinent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if there are no further questions, there's a question.
Senator from Horry, Senator Hembry, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Speak on the amendment whenever the senator from Georgetown is finished.
More than happy to give you the floor, Senator.
Senator relinquishes the floor. Senator from Horry, Senator Hembry is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I hope not to be up here too long, but I want to talk about a couple of elements involved in this amendment. The first element is the training is good. All right, the concept, the idea that training for people that are going to carry firearms, use firearms, hunt with firearms, this is a good thing that I think we could all agree about. I think 46 senators would say training is better than no training. So I commend the senator from Georgetown in his efforts to try to figure out a way to incentivize training in the context of the rest of the bill. I would submit to you that there are other methods that are not contained in this, but there are other methods of incentivizing training that I think we should pursue before we trample on private property rights. I don't believe that taking away the private property rights, there's private property. Senator Campson, I was thinking of you. The founding fathers had greater regard of private property rights than they did of the Second Amendment. That was an amendment. Private property rights was absolutely foundational to the founding of our country. So I do believe that is a right that is superior to an amendment to the Constitution. So let me start that out. So I believe that to remove those property rights from a business owner, to hopefully encourage somebody to take a class is a bad trade. It's just a bad trade. It's giving up this much to maybe get that much. And there are other ways to get that much, whether it be making the training free. We got creative minds in here. I haven't given a whole lot of thought on how to incentivize that training. I think that's a good idea, but I don't think this is the best way because of what we're giving up to hopefully gain a slight benefit. I do want to share with you, there was a lot of discussion about public accommodations, and I think, and it was somewhat a little bit confusing. And then that's why I was talking to the senator he had a little bit of a break, and I tried to pull him aside to help me understand what he was talking about exactly. And there's a definition of public accommodations in our current code. We don't make reference to that code section, but there is a statutory definition that is in the South Carolina Code that defines public accommodations, and it's in the civil rights section of our code. And I don't know what a court would do if they're trying to define public accommodations, but I certainly, if I were arguing, I guess, a case, I would refer to this definition and say, well, we don't know what the Senate meant on that day when they voted on this bill, on this amendment, but we do know that South Carolina has defined this as it is a term of art in our code, and I would submit to you that it's just as likely that a court will follow this statutory structure as opposed to whatever the parties might be arguing at the time. And that would include, it does include any retail and wholesale establishment, any hospital, clinic, or other medical facility that provides overnight accommodations, any sports arena, stadium, or other place of amusement. This takes us directly to the senator's question about Death Valley. I understand. I don't think it's the intention of the senator from Georgetown to include that. I don't believe he's desirous of that. I think he sees the practical problem in that. However, that's what's in current code, which I think it gives me great concern that someone can argue, yeah, I'm entitled. I'm entitled to have, if I've got a CWP, I can go in Death Valley because it's a sports stadium and it's specifically stated in this definition of public accommodation. So it's a very broad definition of places that we may not, medical facilities, we may not want to allow that. And it sets into direct conflict with some other parts in this proposed bill that say you can't do it at school or you can't do it at a sporting event. But now this says that maybe you can, and it's just not clean. The last piece that gives me concern is kind of the premises liability. And this sort of goes back to the private property rights a bit. So currently, not every business has a placard up. I mean, I know in my community, there are lots of businesses, lots of big businesses, corporate businesses that do not have placards on their door currently. So, they have been able, though, to, go back a step. there's a concept called premises liability. If you go into a business and that business has a dangerous situation, they have created this dangerous circumstance, and so you're hurt or injured or killed while you're in that business, and this was foreseeable, and its business has responsibility for that. The business is on the hook for paying that claim. All right, so that's something that every public accommodation is going to be facing. They have to assess that. They have to think about that as they allocate their risk and buy insurance and do whatever they need to do to protect their business model. So they're able now to consider, to think about, all right, they can assess whether it is more dangerous or less dangerous. Am I willing to allow people with a CWP under current law, allow people with a CWP to come in with their weapon? They can assess that. They can determine, they can weigh that out, and in the cool of the day, as a business person, make that decision and decide yes or no. We're taking that away from them. All right, the government is now taking away that right to assess and allocate their risk as a business person if we were to pass this amendment. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm just not ready to disregard the private property rights of our local business people. And I even think smaller businesses are even more susceptible to this than the bigger ones. They don't have the big margins that a Walmart or a Costco would have. Their margins are small. Their insurance price premiums can put them out of business, as we've experienced with some other legislation that we are dealing with, some other problems that we've created in our insurance law. So, with those concerns, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be voting against the bill. I hope you can join me. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Senator from Darling. Senator on the amendment. Senator from Darlington.
I'd like to be heard on the amendment.
You're recognized on the amendment. Senator from Darlington.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. After the few years that I've been here and I've seen these amendments that have come before us on this particular legislation, obviously what we know is that this is a piece of legislation that my friend has been interested in for a long period of time, and he's worked really hard to try to get it before the body, and here we are. Many of you know that I have so many gun issues that they have before this body. And a lot of times, my friend's name is invoked into the discussion, and he was everybody's friend, but he was my client and friend. Sometimes we throw that in the middle of a lot of things, and all we're talking about now is that just gun issues. So every gun issue doesn't belong to the face of any particular person or thing. I think that what we have now before us is the story that I could tell, and I got my roommate, one of my besties here, great serviceman, that is really trying to, in his way, fix something that he thinks is a problem. And what he said that really caught my eye is that no matter whether you're for the bill or against the bill, you should be able to vote for this amendment because it makes it better. And I think that as we ponder this question and we go back and forth, and there's many people in this body that believe that we should have training. We've been down this road before, Senator from Edgefield, is that training was key, and that's what we thought was necessary in our state. And we have beat it back many times as to how and when you carry a gun. I had a police officer from the Low Country came in one of my committees not too long ago and said, if somebody walks down the street with a AR-15, he says, we arrest them. I said, why is that? Because you can't carry it. Yes, you can. You're wrong, Senator. No, you're wrong, Mr. Police Officer. So what are you charging with? He says, pointing and presenting. What are you pointing to, the sky? So we have danced around the issues of gun for a period of time. Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson and I sat in a room one day at the direction of Senator
You can only open carry
Charleston,
with
Senator
permit.
McConnell,
Or
and drafted
with long, or you can only open carry
legislation
long
on
guns.
right to hunt. Remember that? So for the folks that are here now, we've been doing this for a period of time. I'll relate a lot of stories back to my grandfather, who was a product of the Depression. He had great sayings, Senator Williams. He said, you don't need a bank, you need a banker. He didn't believe in banks. And he would lose his mind today to know that we pay $2, $3 for a bottle of water. And by every account, we know that tap water is probably just as safe as a bottle of water. But the perception by some is that the bottled water is better. And we've used that perception on and on and on and on and on. And now we got a little vitamin in it, Senator from Sumter. We got all these things that say this is purified. This came from a crystal, this came from a what do you call it, spring water well or whatever it was. But at the end of the day, what do we really know whether it's going to work, whether we drink tap water or bottled water? And now we're here today in the middle of a tumultuous time in our country where there's great division, where we are now talking about guns. Last semester, I call it semester, last session, we talked about life or time periods. Spent a lot of time on it. Now this could go on for a long time to talk about guns. The senator from Georgetown makes a huge, huge step to say, I don't know if this is absolute, but I think y'all will all get there at some point to say that we need more training. And I think that most people would probably say, yes, that we would like to end up having training.
They certainly
But what
act like
if?
they've been drinking tap water, I can tell you
We're
that.
still now wrestling with what it means to have public accommodations. Is that the word? Public accommodations. You mean they can walk in my law office? Walk in my law office because it's open to the public? I have had people walk in my law office before and get an appointment with me and say this. They say I killed somebody. What do you do first of all? Back up. Now, I'm serious. I'm not talking about back up and run. It's like you become withdrawn. Senator from Ori. And so you try to be as calm as you can be. You say, are you okay, Senator from Orangeburg? And now, you don't say, well, who you killed. You say, who did they say you killed? And where is there a gun? And where is it? You get to all of those points. So the practical realization of it is that, guess what? He's innocent. At that juncture, he ain't been convicted of anything. He can walk or have the audacity to walk. He and his friends or whoever walk in my office with a gun. And I got something on my thing that says no. So, great arguments today. Property rights, Second Amendment. Now, all y'all know this, so it's no secret. My wife will be here tomorrow and she'll be chastising me for telling the same old stories over and over and over again. But I really do still have my Daisy BB pistol. And I thought I was rifleman. I had my little rifle thing with my BBs. I blow them in the side and have my BBs and go. And You know, we got our guns. We're in the South, in the rural areas. This ain't New York. We all are supportive of guns. So they should stop this attack on Democrats or whoever they say that don't appreciate the Second Amendment. This becomes fundamental. This becomes fundamental
Lies.
in the discussion. And so I say to this body a couple things, and then I'll take
He's a
my
Democrat.
seat.
He's a politician. So obviously he's lying through his teeth. Double.
Politics is about priority. And what we have done with this bill in order to have a discussion,
You don't care about 2A rights.
with all due respect, with love for everybody, this ain't how the Senate operates. We are amending bills on the floor. We're amending bills on the floor. It came out of committee. There's no subcommittee reports. And I get it because we hadn't had a hearing. And you said had to do what you end up having to do. We got bills being put up and having to carry over to change a word. That's what happens in the committee process. At some juncture, some point, we get stuck on this. There's a lot of work to do. There may be some appetite for holding this place on the floor. Put your amendments together and iron them out. Let it maintain its position on the calendar and come back and have a discussion whenever we can talk about the real issues. Get this thing voted up or down. You know, get your second reading or get your cloture vote. Go to third reading, get your cloture vote. Or we can try to do it on the fly. As I was discussing with my really good friend from Marion, said, you gonna vote for this? I don't know. I don't know. But I would tell you this. Most folks would like to end up having the training. But I tell you this, people back home, they're not gonna understand it. Because they not have to go through this, they don't get a chance to go through this whole process. How did you vote on constitutional carry? We voted to let this in because we wanted to end up getting the training, but you voted for the bill. You voted for the amendment. That's what it's gonna look like. But we voted against it because of this certain situation too. So then there goes my granddaddy. He says, y'all still paying $2 and $3 for that bottle of water? The perception is, regardless, that this is a vote for the issue, even though we're trying to supposedly make it better. So I'm not exactly certain how it goes from here. If I had my total rathers, I would wait till we get to a point to where we could have a real discussion on really what happens, because what I see looming behind me, Mr. President, is a bunch of other amendments that's going to have to be discussed. So if you make me vote now, I vote against it. I would hope that there's some wisdom in carrying it over or taking it down to get to this point to see where we really are going. Are we really going to have to end up having a situation to where someone can come into someone's establishment and invade my property rights if they've had the training and they still want to carry a gun behind my doors and I say no? Folks, that ain't happening. It's not. It just doesn't seem right. And so with that, I'll conclude. I'll take my seat and yield to someone else. I would then want to end up either carrying this over until we can end up having some further discussions, because I think that we've heard about as much as we can, and or, you know, if we really want, I don't know if we want to stop the issue altogether now, because I think it's fundamental. I think it really is fundamental, is guns or property rights. And I think in this United States of America, if I own my property, I get a chance to say what you can do with it, whether my business is open to the public or not. Thank you.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin.
President.
What purpose?
I waited till he left before I got recognized. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Senator.
I respectfully at this point just move the table.
Motion is to table the amendment. Those in favor? Roll call has been requested. Do 5 members request? 1, 2, 3, 6, 8. Yep. More than enough. Have second the call. The clerk is ringing the bell. The reading clerk will call the roll on the tabling the amendment that is before us.
Mr. Adams? Aye. Mr. Alexander? Aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Bennett? Aye. Mr. Campson? Aye. Mr. Cash? Aye. Mr. Clymer? Not voting Mr. Corbin? Aye. Mr. Cromer? Aye. Mr. Davis? Not voting Mrs. Devine? Aye. Mr. Fanning? Not voting Mr. Gambrell? Aye. Mr. Garrett? Aye. Mr. Goldfinch? No. Mr. Grooms has leave. Mrs. Gustafson? Aye. Mr. Harpootlian? No. Mr. Hembry? Aye. Mr. Hutto? Aye. Mr. Jackson? Aye. Mr. Kevin Johnson? No. Mr. Michael Johnson? Aye. Mr. Kimbrell? Not voting Mr. Loftus? Not voting Mr. Malloy? Aye. Mr. Martin? Aye. Mr. Massey? Aye. Mrs. Matthews? Aye. Mr. McElveen? No. Mr. McLeod? No. Mr. Peeler? Aye. Mr. Rankin? Not voting Mr. Riggenbaugh? Aye. Mr. Rice? Aye. Mr. Sabb? No. Mrs. Sin? Not voting Mr. Setzler? Aye. Mrs. Shealy? Aye. Mr. Stevens? Not voting Mr. Talley? Aye. Mr. Tedder? Aye. Mr. Turner? Aye. Mr. Burton? Aye. Mr. Williams? Aye. Mr. Young? Aye.
Have all senators voted? Senator Davis votes aye. Senator Clymer votes aye. Senator Kimbrell votes aye. Senator Sin votes aye. Further Senator from Colleton, what purpose do you ask?
MS consent for the leave for the senator from Dorchester, leave for today, prior to the vote, please. Orangeburg, sorry.
Orangeburg. Senator Stevens, leave for the balance of the day.
Yes.
Is there objection? Hearing none. So ordered. Senator McLeod.
From Fairfield?
Senator, unanimous consent from Senator from Fairfield for leave. Is there objection? Hearing none. Senator Loftus votes no. Further senators wishing to cast their vote on the amendment? Further senators? Hearing none, seeing none, the polls are closed. By a vote of 34-8, the amendment is tabled. We'll go to the next amendment. Clerk will please publish.
Next amendment is amendment number 11 by Senator Sabb, amends the bill, section 3. Strike section 162320,
Senator
item 3.
Williamsburg, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Be heard on the amendment.
You're recognized on your amendment. Senator from Williamsburg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, before you is an amendment that I think deals with another important issue. I think the more we debate this issue, the more we realize how important it is and how it sort of links itself to so many other things that are also very, very important. I firmly believe that one of the greatest responsibilities that we have as senators, as legislators, is to protect the public. The safety of the public has to continue to be one of our paramount concerns. And so I've reflected on what I believe, unfortunately, has become a very polarized process, and that is voting. I either read, heard, or came into contact with information relating to persons that work with elections. And a substantial amount of those folks are resigning from positions. And one of the reasons why they're resigning is because of how contentious their jobs, their duties and responsibilities have become. Some of them have been threatened for various reasons. And I believe that those persons, by and large, who have placed their hands on the Bible and swore to uphold the Constitution of this state and of the United States when it comes to carrying out fair and free elections, I believe those persons are serious about their responsibility. And so then when they're threatened, I think it gives them some pause in terms of whether or not that's what they believe they are called to do. And so I've got this amendment for your consideration that I believe makes clear that we don't want guns near the polling precincts. We don't want them within 100 feet of the buildings where we vote. I was further, now I think the further the better, but there's nothing so far that speaks to the issue. And so I think we need to discuss it, need to speak to it, and make sure at the end of the day that we're doing what we need to do to make sure that people are free from intimidation when it comes to exercising their rights to vote. I respect this body so much that I resisted the temptation of doing something. A part of me wanted to, I guess it was because I was watching Bonanza, and I always liked the way little Joe carried his gun. I mean, I thought it was just really cool the way that his gun fit him. And so it was tempting for me to talk to the Sarge, let him know it was a play gun that I was going to have on my hip and not a real gun, but to wear it here. And really, my thought in wearing it was I was curious about how folks would feel when I come close to them. I don't know, y'all, but in certain environments, for me, the idea of a person having a gun is just a wee bit intimidating. It forces the mind to go where the mind otherwise would not travel. There is something about the appearance of a firearm that I believe carries along with it intimidation. I remember, and I'm sure a lot of you do as well, when President Obama was president, and I cannot remember which state he was in, but it was an open carry state. And all around where the president was, folks had those AK, whatever they are, but those automatic weapons, they were just walking around with them. And I believe they were carrying a message. The likelihood, Senator from Charleston, is that they were probably responsible gun owners because nothing happened. But for me, just watching, I was worried and I was concerned, hoping that nothing, I don't think they were Obama supporters. I could be wrong, though. Could be wrong. But I was concerned because I didn't want anything to happen to anybody. I've never seen a person get shot. I've never seen it. But as a prosecutor, I have seen the results of it. And candidly, y'all, some of what I saw, and obviously in those cases, the judges always have to balance whether or not the photographs are more probative than they are prejudicial. Are they unduly prejudicial? And if so, even though they have some evidentiary value, oftentimes the judges don't allow them to come into evidence. And so the last thing that I want on my mind or on my conscience is a situation where we empower someone to be able to go near those polling precincts, brandishing a gun, and so concerned about whether or not their candidate is getting the fair shake he or she deserves, that all of a sudden an argument ensues. And one of the problems and one of the reasons why I don't support this bill is because I grew up old school. I grew up in a day when folks had disputes. Those disputes oftentimes ended up in fisticuffs. But at the end of the day, somebody may have had a black eye, a busted lip, a little battered and bruised, but they lived to see another day. Nowadays, more often than not, that's not the case. Why? Because folks are packing. And I don't believe they reflect sufficiently. I don't believe they give themselves an opportunity to cool. And then there you have it. The gun is readily accessible in a moment of passion. So what do? We grab it. We use it. And the consequences of the grabbing and of the using, more often than not, sends both families into turmoil. I was always conflicted as a prosecutor. When I got the mama of the person who's been shot, her baby is gone, no longer with her. Heart bleeds. Whose heart doesn't? But then there's another mama over there whose child was the one that pulled the trigger that caused the loss of life for the other. And guess what? My heart bleeds for that one as well. And so I take these type issues, these type responsibilities to heart. And Lord knows, if there's anything that I can be a part of that saves lives, count me in. Count me in. And so I think it's important for this Senate to speak. It's my hope that your voices align with mine and that we say, well, gee, we want to protect our polling places. These people are volunteers for the most part. I know we might give them a couple of dollars here or there, We don't pay them sufficiently. I know that. That system is based upon voluntarism. Those who believe that the right to vote is sacred and that we ought to be able to vote without intimidation. And so, Mr. President, I have this matter for the body's consideration. I think
Senator from Ori, Senator Hembry, what purpose do you rise, sir?
See the senator yield for just a couple of really brief questions.
Senator yields for question.
And as I understood in your initial remarks, under the current law and under the bill as introduced, polling places, it would be a prohibited place inside the polling place. Isn't that correct?
yes, sir.
And so your amendment, just to make sure I'm understanding it right, just extends that I guess, gun-safe zone out 100 feet from the polling place.
Yes, Senator, and it's kind of like in keeping with us in campaigning, right?
Yep.
We just want to create that barrier. Yes, sir.
And well, like where you can't put campaign signs.
Yes.
Yeah, right. All of us understand that.
Yes, sir.
And and reading this, I think I understand it, but if we had early voting, you would not be prohibited from having a gun at a polling place, let's say a building, a firehouse, or 100 feet from the firehouse, so 99 feet from the firehouse. If the firehouse was not the polling place, let's say that the polling place during early voting is at the county election commission or county election office. It's not your intention to try to expand this, but this wouldn't apply to the other polling places, would it?
No, so for instance,
Just the one that, I'll finish my question. I'm sorry. One more thing.
No, let me share this.
Okay.
I want to make sure you and I are on one accord. So for instance, in Williamsburg, the only place you can vote is the county complex building, right? In early voting, as opposed to all of the various precincts that there are in Williamsburg. So for that place where they vote 100 feet, yes, sir.
I got it. And I think the language that takes care of that concern, to me, I read as publicly posted by the designated election official. So the other polling places wouldn't be posted as on the early election days. The only place it would be posted would be the county complex.
That's correct, Senator.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Mr. President, move adoption.
Pending question is the adoption of the amendment. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you rise?
Move the table.
Motion is to table the amendment. Those in favor? Roll call has been requested. More than 5. Second that call. Roll call is ordered. The clerk will ring the bell. Senator from Clarendon.
Consent for leave for the senator from Sumter.
Without objection, Senator McElveen has leave. I would ask now that the reading clerk please call the roll of the Senate on the motion to table the amendment.
Mr. Adams? No. Mr. Alexander? Not voting. Mr. Allen? No. Mr. Bennett? Not voting. Mr. Campson? No. Mr. Cash? Not voting. Mr. Clymer? Aye. Mr. Corbin? Aye. Mr. Cromer? Aye. Mr. Davis? Not voting. Mrs. Devine? No. Mr. Fanning has leave. Mr. Gambrell? Mr. Gambrell votes aye. Mr. Garrett? Aye. Mr. Goldfinch? No. Mr. Grooms has leave. Mrs. Gustafson? Aye. Mr. Harpootlian? No. Mr. Hembry? No. Mr. Hutto? No. Mr. Jackson? No. Mr. Kevin Johnson? No. Mr. Michael Johnson? Aye. Mr. Kimbrell? Aye. Mr. Loftus? Aye. Mr. Malloy? Not voting. Mr. Martin? Aye. Mr. Massey? Aye. Mrs. Matthews? No. Mr. McElveen has leave. Ms. McLeod? No. Mr. Peeler? Aye. Mr. Rankin? No. Mr. Rickenbaugh? Aye. Mr. Rice? Aye. Mr. Sabb? No. Mrs. Sin? Aye. Mr. Setzler? No. Mrs. Shealy? Aye. Mr. Stevens has leave. Mr. Talley? Aye. Mr. Tedder? No. Mr. Turner? Aye. Mr. Verdon? Aye. Mr. Williams votes no. Mr. Young? Aye.
Alexander votes aye. Senator Adams votes aye. Senator Cash votes aye. Senator Bennett votes aye. Senator Davis votes no. Further members wishing to cast your vote? Senator Malloy votes no. Any other members of the Senate? Seeing none, polls are closed and the clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 24 to 18, the amendment is tabled. The reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is amendment number 12 by Senator Hembry, amends the bill section 19, strike section 2331 to 45.
Senator from Ori, Senator Hembry, what purpose do you rise?
To explain the amendment.
You're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Ori.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is going to sound a bit like a discussion we had last week because it is. But I will try to be very brief. This involves the provision regarding the stop and frisk or Terry stop that we talked about that was in the bill, and we offered some language. I consider it a technical amendment just to tighten the language up to conform with existing law. Senator Margie Bright Matthews, Senator Tedder both raised, and others raised good questions about this. We had the benefit of the weekend. We did carry that amendment over, so hopefully I'll be able to withdraw that amendment in a little while. But we were able to really do the good legal research. I didn't do it. Others smarter than me did it, but did the good legal research to come up with a more modern, more recent definition of what law enforcement's authority is. And we reversed the language a little bit. And I'll just read it to you. This article is very short. This article does not prevent a law enforcement officer from searching, detaining, or arresting a person when he has a particularized and objective basis for suspecting the particular person stopped of criminal activity. This is word for word out of a 2014 Supreme Court case. That was a Terry case. It just took the Terry language, which talks about a crime being afoot. You turned it from 50s language into 2014 language, and this is the standard for Terry stops. And the second part we really tightened up on, and Senator Tedder helped me a lot with this. A person merely carrying a weapon in accordance with this article is not sufficient to justify a search, detention, or arrest. So I think we've hit at the heart of what we're trying to accomplish here, at the same time not undermining well-settled law under Terry. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Anyway, Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, what purpose do you rise?
A question.
Senator yield for a question. Senator yields for a question.
So having the weapon is not sufficient in and of itself.
Correct.
But does it contribute to the stop?
It still could.
Okay, so if you have a weapon plus A, and A is not enough, then you don't have a Terry stop. But if you have a weapon plus A and there's something suspicious about how you.
It could be a lot of examples. You could have be on the lookout for a suspect, armed robbery of a liquor store, wearing a red sweater and
The guy with the red
armed
sweater,
with a 9mm, a black semi-automatic handgun, and he's heading down Main Street. Well, you're driving by, there's a guy in a red sweater, he's got a gun, and he's coming down Main Street. That would justify that. The fact that the gun was part of that description would be. I mean, that's the gun itself would not be. Just the gun alone would not give you. You can't just stop somebody and say, "Hey, you got a
But
gun."
the red sweater plus a gun, so the gun can contribute to the reasonable suspicion
Correct.
in a Terry stop.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Senator from Berkeley, Senator Adams, what purpose do you rise, sir?
See if Senator Yield for a question.
I'll be glad to.
Senator Yields for question.
Senator, so as of right now, officers have no reason. If an officer is patrolling an area and they want to stop and just talk to somebody or to engage somebody on the street, they're able to engage and this would not limit them, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. While they're doing that engagement and something that comes suspicious to them, whether they can smell suspicious substance or they can see maybe a substance hanging out of a bag, this would allow them to further investigation as well at that time.
That's the current state of the law, and this retains the current state of the law.
Thank you.
Move adoption.
Pending question is adoption of the amendment. Those in favor, please say aye. Those no. Ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. The reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is Amendment number 13 by Senator Massey, amends a bill, Section 3, strike Section 1623, 20, Item 11, and insert.
Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Mr. President, asked to be recognized to speak on the amendment.
You're recognized to speak on your amendment. Senator from Edgefield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this issue came up in a discussion earlier, but it deals with those people who are not law-abiding citizens, those people who are unlawfully carrying a weapon. And specifically, what we have here in the bill, at least, in 162320, which is big section 3, there is a list of those places where we say, as a matter of state policy, you cannot carry. And right now, there is a list of those places where we say, as a matter of state policy, you can't carry if you have a concealed weapons permit. And I'll tell you, I'm not a big fan of gun-free zones. And in fact, some of these things on here make me wonder why they're on here. Like, for instance, I don't know why we've decided as a matter of state policy that you can't carry in a doctor's office. I don't know what's different about a doctor's office than a hardware store or many other places, but there is as a matter of state policy, that's what it said. Now, I'm willing to talk about that at some point, but that's in here. Now, it does make sense to me why we say that you can't carry a weapon into the third grade classroom. Right? It makes sense to me why we say you can't carry a weapon into a family courtroom. There are some places that do make sense to me. It also makes sense to me that you allow private property owners to put up a sign, as a senator from Georgetown said, put up a placard and say, you can't carry in here. Right? Now, I don't do that at my business. I wouldn't do that at my business, but I respect private property rights enough to say, if you want to put that sign up, you should be able to put that sign up. And we do have a provision in the existing law and also in the bill that would allow that to continue. But what the House did is they actually encouraged people to disregard the sign and carry unlawfully. And I think that's a problem. What they did in 162320A 11 is, this is in the list of things that are accepted, places where you can't carry. It says, a place clearly marked with a sign prohibiting the carrying of a concealable weapon on the premises in accordance with the dimensions of the sign, right? So you can post that. However, a person who violates this provision, whether willful or not, is charged with trespassing. It's a 30-day misdemeanor. For anything else, the penalty for unlawful carrying is a misdemeanor up to a year. For this one, and this one only, it is up to 30 days. And it doesn't matter if you do it intentionally. Yep, I see the sign right there. I don't care. I'm going to do it anyway. They lowered the penalty for that. Now, frankly, if anything, I think the penalty on that one ought to be higher, right? We are saying by state law, business, you can put up a sign that says you don't want weapons carried in your business. We're telling you, you can do that. But then what we're doing is we're saying, but if somebody disregards that sign, it's not really much of a penalty. Right? If anything, if they doing what you're telling you that they can do, the penalty ought to be higher. Now, I'm not proposing that the penalty ought to be higher, but I am proposing that the penalty ought to be consistent with everything else. The penalty for deliberately disregarding a sign that says no weapons in this business, the penalty for that should be the same penalty as unlawful carrying. The House changed that. I think that's wrong. So the first thing my amendment does is it takes out that different penalty. The second thing my amendment does is it actually graduates the penalty for unlawful carrying. Right, this is something that's done in other parts of the bill with graduated penalties. And this would graduate the penalty as well. This would say for a first offense, the penalty is a 1-year misdemeanor up to 1 year, misdemeanor as is current law. For a second offense, it could be up to 3 years as a misdemeanor. For a third offense, it would be a felony up to 5 years. Now, here's the other thing about this. The way the House has written this bill, a first offense for unlawful carrying of a weapon, a first offense is expungable, which means if you get a conviction for a first offense, you can wipe it completely off your record. If you do it a second time, it doesn't count as a second offense. And this may be something I talk about later on because I think a second offense ought to be a second offense. But the way this is written is you get penalized for the first time. If you do it again, you would still get penalized as the first time. All right, but if you have somebody who is deliberately breaking the law multiple times, shouldn't the penalty increase for repetitive violations? Right? The whole goal, as I understand this, as the senator from Spartanburg has explained it, the goal is to allow law-abiding citizens to be able to carry their weapons without having to ask for permission first. Right? That's the whole goal of the bill. Right? But what if we're not talking about law-abiding citizens anymore? Because here we're not talking about law-abiding citizens. We're talking about people who are carrying unlawfully. These are people who have violated the law. In that situation, I think the penalty ought to be graduated. It is with other offenses. If you do the same thing multiple times, the penalty needs to get stiffer as a means of deterrence. And at some point, if you just do it repetitively, we don't have a choice but to lock you up. We do it for other things. Right? So what I'm asking here with this amendment is that we treat all unlawfully carrying weapons the same, first off. And secondly, that we graduate the penalties for unlawful carrying so that you catch repeat offenders and we're not allowing people just to keep flaunting the law repetitively.
Senator from York, Senator Clymer, what purpose do you rise?
Ask if the senator from Edgefield would yield for a question or two.
I will.
Senator Yields, go ahead. Senator Yields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, I've read through the amendment a couple times. Does it make any effort at all to delineate between something you referenced in your preliminary remarks, sort of willful and accidental carrying? So, and let me ask the question specifically. So if I accidentally, I didn't notice the sign, I got 3 kids with me and I'm walking into a store. one of the kids opened the door. I didn't see the sign on the door. Accidentally walked in, shouldn't have had it on me. I could potentially go to jail for a year for that.
That's what the penalty is now.
You think that's appropriate?
Senator, I think that's why you need to go to the training class. So you know where you can carry and where you can't.
Did you know, Senator, that seems a little overly aggressive for my taste.
Senator, that's been the law for over 25 years.
I don't think
right?
that's, here, let me quote.
It is. That's the law for unlawfully carrying the weapon.
Hold on. Let me show you. I think I got a copy of it here. I think the existing law, let me try to pull up the code section. Senator, I think the senator from Richland was going to ask you a question. I'm going to pull it up and then I'll.
Okay, that's
go back to
fine.
you. Okay.
But understand that the limited scope that we're talking about here, we're not just talking about you accidentally carrying the weapon into a church. There's a sign posted at the door that says no concealable weapons allowed. Right? And you violate that. That's what we're talking about here.
Senator from Richland, Senator Pulliam, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Senator, yield to a couple questions.
Senator, you have a question.
First of all, you're entirely correct. The law, for as long as I've been prosecuting and defending cases involving weapons, if you're not supposed to have it on you, I forgot, is not a defense. You can go out to Columbia Metro Airport every week and people packed guns they forgot they had. They're charged. Now they may go to some sort of diversion program, but fact of the matter is it's a crime.
And I want to make this point too, and I hope the senator from York hears me on this. For the first time, and I'm actually okay with this part of the bill. It says that if you do it the first time for a first offense, it's expungible, right? So it's gone, right? The current law doesn't do that. I'm good with that. I'm good with the first offense being expungible. But I don't know that you can accidentally make the same mistake multiple times.
Well, let me, and this is the question I have. The open carry bill doesn't indicate that you have to have the gun in a holster, does it?
What we passed 3 years ago? It's got to be secured.
Under this bill?
Oh, under
the constitutional carry bill.
Okay.
Does it have to be secured?
I don't know that this changes the manner in which you can carry it.
Well, the concealed weapon has to be secured, correct?
Yeah, I mean, you think if it's concealed, it's probably secured somehow.
It's got to be secured. I don't see anything in this bill that requires it to be secured. Am I wrong about that?
Well, it's concealed or openly.
Well, openly.
Right, that's the current law, right? If you've got a permit, you can carry concealed or openly.
Correct.
But you can't just walk down the street with the weapon in your hand as you're walking along.
Under this bill.
Well, that's my understanding as to the current. All this does is says you don't need the permit to carry. Is my understanding.
I don't think it changes. Has to be secured.
I don't think this. Now we should look into that issue, but I don't think this changes the manner in which you can carry it. It just says you don't have to have a permit to carry it.
Well, and this is probably the death knell for your amendment, but I'm going to support your amendment.
Now I'm reconsidering it myself.
But it seems to me, if you're a small store owner, and I used to see these all the time, a convenience store or a 1 or 2 person staff store, and somebody walks in with a weapon strapped to their hip, and you've got a sign up that says no weapons. Don't you have a right to assume the worst? That there's something going on there? I mean, isn't that going to lead to perhaps a confrontation? He's got a gun. I better get my gun. I mean, if I were alone in one of those stores and somebody walked in with a gun and I've got a sign saying no guns,
yeah.
I think that's sending me a message that person may be up to no good. So I'm going to reach for my gun. So I think this bill makes sense in the sense that it's. I mean, if it's just a misdemeanor, no one's going to pay attention to. I mean, it's like trespass. people see no trespassing signs and walk all the time across the property. So I think it's important to send the message that if you go somewhere that's been posted, and I believe a property owner ought to have the right to keep guns off their property.
And I don't think you should, but I think you should have the right to.
I think you should, but
That is fine. I see, now I feel better because we're disagreeing. That makes me feel better.
But in this particular instance, small business owner who doesn't want guns on his property, his or her property, I think they should have that right. And I think the enhanced penalty that you've come up with would send the message not to do that. Thank you.
I mean, I think we ought to treat them all the same, and then I think you ought to graduate the penalties. If you do it multiple times, right, it's not a mistake anymore. Right? I mean, it's not an accident if you do it 3 times. It makes sense to me because there can be an accidental situation, as a senator from York identified. You could accidentally carry it in somewhere, right? It could have been in your purse. It could have been probably more likely for a female, I would guess, if you're carrying. Of course, sometimes you have people carrying purses who aren't females anymore. But if it's sometimes like that, I mean, I can understand a mistake there in some situations, and that's why I like what the House did, making the first offense expungable. But after that, I mean, if you're just repeatedly violating the law, I mean, there's got to be some type of a deterrent effect. And again, the idea of the bill is to protect law-abiding citizens. We're not talking about law-abiding citizens anymore. So one of my concerns is that there was an effort across the hall to say, well, we're going to protect law-abiding citizens, but we're going to make it such that everybody's law-abiding. So we get rid of all the penalties on stuff. And I don't want to do that. So that's why I'm graduating.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Senator, yield for a question.
Senator yields for question.
And Senator, I thought I had your amendment. Did you know? Pretty well clear in my mind into your last statements. So I believe you said that currently the law is sort of the way your amendment is, and that the House sort of reduced it. Okay. In other words, for the first offense, it's just $25 and maybe it's expungable. Is that correct?
The House reduced the penalty. So there's a list of places where, as a matter of state policy, where we say you can't carry, right? And included in that list, and it's not a long list. It's longer than I would like for it to be, frankly, but it's not a long list. But included in that list are places that post the placard that say no concealable weapons allowed.
Right.
And for that one, they reduced the penalty, and they said whether it's willful or not. So I can see the sign. I can say, I don't care.
But Senator,
I'm going in, and they reduced the penalty for that.
Senator, I understand that. And I understand what you're getting at for repeat offenders. But I also understand, Senator, from York's situation where, maybe you just don't see it for some reason, you're distracted. And then I believe that's probably why the House put that first offense so low, and to make so good, decent, law-abiding citizens who accidentally make a mistake. I mean, they don't draw the gun, they don't use the gun, they just inadvertently carry it in past a placard, that they don't get, hung for that.
Well, we're not hanging people.
Well, I say a year in prison, $1,000, fine. Isn't that your first offense, or did I misread this?
It's expungable. You can wipe it from your record.
On the House version.
Yeah, and I'm not messing with that. I'm not messing with the ability to expunge the offense.
Right, but if I'm hearing you correctly, and that's why I'm asking, under this amendment, your first offense would be up to $1,000 in a year in prison? Or for the first offense?
Yes, and then it can be expunged. But that's the penalty now. I mean,
But the House reduced it to take care of the situations like the senator from York said, where it's just an accident. You didn't.
They reduced it for that one particular thing, right? They didn't reduce it for all of it.
Right, just for the placard situation.
Just for the placard situation.
Well, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's right. They reduced the penalty for the placard situation. They reduced the penalty for you to walk into the Publix, see the sign says no concealed weapons allowed, and you're like, you know what? I don't care.
You're making a presumption, Senator, that they see it and they don't care.
They put willful or not. right? They're not talking about, this is the House language. They put willful, right? They're not talking about accidents. They put willful.
Well, that would, in my opinion, Senator, come under the guise of the second or third offense. I'm just simply.
That's not what it says. That's not what they wrote.
Well,
It says willful, Senator. I mean,
if you want to attack the situation from that standpoint of those two words, that's one thing. And Senator, I'll sit down and let's have some more discussions. But I will say this, and you're my dear friend and colleague. But to have $1,000 fine or a year in prison for the first offense on something that may very well just be an accident, quite frankly, is absurd.
well, Senator, that's been the law for over 20 years, right? But I'll say this. I doubt you're going to find anybody who goes before a judge who gets a penalty of a year in prison or even $1,000 fine when it's legitimately an accident, right? You're not going to find that. I mean, that's why the penalty is up to. It's not required to be $1,000. It's not required to be a year. It's up to. That means that the judge gets to take into consideration all the facts, everything that happened, right? You're not getting that situation.
Senator from Williamsburg, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. Sue
Yes.
Wells, the Senator from Edgefield, would yield for a question or two.
Senator, you have a question? Senator, yes.
And Senator, I won't make the mistake that the Senator from Richland made when he agreed with you and you worried about whether or not there would be issues.
Don't hurt me.
So no, I'll just start disagreeing in the beginning. And so, Senator, on a serious note, as I understand it, and perhaps you can help me with this, you and I both know that there are certain circumstances under our law right now where if you don't have a record and you get into trouble, you may qualify to get that charge expunged because you don't have a prior criminal record.
Right.
Now, as I understand it, and please help me if I'm wrong, this is different, where you can have a record where you otherwise would not qualify to get an expungement, but we have carved out an exception for this particular violation.
So the House language on the House expungement language says that it applies only to a first offense.
Yes, sir. Senator, stay with me 1 second. I don't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
Yes, but my question relates to where you've got other crimes.
Yes. Oh, that's right. Yes.
Yeah, so if you've got other crimes, we've carved out an exception here where if you do other things that would otherwise qualify for expungement, you can't take the benefit of the qualification because you've got a prior record which serves as an impediment to you being able to do it. But with this particular crime, it's an exception and you can get it expunged.
I think that's the way that it reads.
And so Senator, do you know that that's another thing about what we're doing here that disturbs me? And Senator, I'll just share with you why. Do you agree with me that a handgun is a dangerous instrumentality in our law?
I think it could be, sure.
Yes, sir. I mean, it would qualify as what our courts have classified as being a dangerous instrumentality.
From the legal definition, I think it does qualify for that, yes.
Yes, sir. And so we are carving out an exception to allow one with what our law classifies as being a dangerous instrumentality to get it expunged from the record, where there are other instances where there are violations of our law that does not involve a dangerous instrumentality. And we're basically saying, although this may be more dangerous, we're going to expunge it.
Well, like I'm okay with the expungement of a first offense unlawful carry. We're not talking about felons in possession. We're talking about somebody who doesn't have any other weapons violations. And it could be an accident. It could be more than an accident, right? I mean, it could be that situation. But I'm okay with an expungement under that scenario. I mean, I understand your concern because there's a gun involved. I'm okay with somebody who, now my preference is, and we'll talk about this more later, but my preference is that it's somebody who's had training.
Yes.
Right. But, gone through that training class, but I'm okay with somebody who violates one of these things and then on the first offense having that expunged. I just think that if you do it repetitively, that suggests to me you don't care what the law is. It hasn't been enough of a deterrent. You didn't learn your lesson. So the penalty needs to increase at that point. I guess that's where I am.
And of course, I hate to say it, but I agree with you on that part. But I also think that for us to carve out an exception when it involves a dangerous instrumentality is also wrong and bad state policy.
Senator from Collinton, what purpose do you rise, ma'am?
Would yield.
Senator, yield for questions.
I'll yield for questions. Yes, sir.
Senator yields for questions.
Senator, thank you for at least attempting to correct some of what I saw with the senator
Now,
from.
don't you agree with me too? 'Cause
Yeah,
I'm
man. We're gonna sing Kumbaya together. But no, thank you for at least recognizing that it should not be the reference in this bill, if it's to become a law, it should not be a reference to trespassing. That was something I brought up earlier. Thank you. Now, I want to ask you a question because I got a little confused regarding your colloquy with the senator from Richland. The expungement element that you're referring to, I've tried to look through and I haven't quite come upon it. Is this the same type of, is this PTI or is this conditional discharge?
So that's not part of this amendment.
I understand that. That's, but
And I was trying to find that provision in the bill so I can refer you to
I
it.
was too. And I cannot find it in the House version. But if you, I'll continue to look. But let me ask you, in the state of South Carolina, whether or not a person's can have PTI, pretrial intervention program, which would allow them to go through a program and they have to pay monies. And then at the end of that program, then their charge is dismissed. Is that what this bill will require before expungement or no?
It's in big section 17.
17?
Right, that they added it to the existing expungement provision, where the existing code in 22-5-910 says that following conviction for a crime carrying a penalty of not more than 30 days or a fine of not more than $1,000 or both, then they added in this. So they're actually upping, so that expungement provision deals with a 30-day misdemeanor.
Yeah, but
They are adding to that this specific one-year misdemeanor, a first offense.
But you have to wait 3 years to get it off of your record?
It's a 3-year wait time before you can get the expungement. Right, so you've got to have 3 years of a clean record. That's
Okay.
what the House has.
And I guess this goes with what the senator from Williamsburg was talking about. Right now, it's putting it in as a matter of right. But whereas in the state of South Carolina, here's my problem. I have defendants all the time who, I've had one that mistakenly went in a restaurant, had a gun, and there was an issue there. Also have them all the time with the gun in the wrong place in the car. And every time I've gone to a solicitor to say, hey, give my guy PTI, because he forgot that he had it in this particular location and wasn't in the glove compartment, that every time I get, yeah, right. And they get a conviction. So I'm having a hard time squaring the two scenarios because, I mean, and it's usually less older folks that end up being caught in that scenario with no record. But in my area, I know solicitors are all different through the state. In my area, you're not allowed on PTI for anything relative to a gun. So if we're now saying that this is a constitutional right, we got a problem statewide in how these smaller unlawful possession of gun charges have been handled. You see my concern?
I understand. Now, I will say this. Part of the House Bill 2 addresses your complaint about the guy having the gun in the truck was laying in the seat, right? They say you can keep it anywhere in your vehicle.
And I agree with, if we're going to say that it is a constitutional right, then you should be able to have it anywhere. If you can walk on the street with your gun, you should be able to have it anywhere in your vehicle, because that's.
I'm cool with that.
And because to answer your question, I looked at the bill as it relates to where you need to have the gun. It only says that you can carry it just as long as you have it on your person. It doesn't necessarily define whether or not that means hanging on a lanyard, whether or not that means going in the front of my, here or in my pocket.
And looking at, the senator from Richland raised that point, and I think that's worth us looking at and asking some questions. I mean, look, this isn't my baby, right? I mean, this isn't my bill, and I've got real concerns with the bill overall.
So let me ask you this.
But my understanding is that it didn't affect the manner in which you're permitted to carry. It only says who can carry.
I think you're correct on that. My last question to you, going along with the PTI issue. This General Assembly, I think back about 15 years ago, it used to be when I first started practice, any attorney or citizen charged with a crime, if they had a pretty good set of circumstances, would apply to the circuit court judge to get to be permitted on PTI. Then there was something that went on and it got changed, and only the solicitors can approve a person for PTI. My question, if you will follow with me, is if it's under your amendment, if the first offense is expunged after, say, 3 years, and then a person reoffends by accident, they might say they had a lapse or something like that. If they reoffend by accident, is there anything in your amendment that would prohibit them, because they've got that other offense off of their record, would they be prohibited from applying for PTI or going into the PTI program?
Senator, I don't do any criminal work, so I don't know how that works as far as whether, because if it's expunged, SLED and the solicitor's office still has access to a non-public record that shows that crime was committed. So I don't know if that would prohibit or if that would affect a solicitor offering PTI, agreeing to PTI in that situation when they see that something has been expunged. And I don't know if, you'll probably know this better than I do because I don't do criminal. I don't know if an expunged offense counts towards a PTI anyway. I don't know how that works. But I do understand that even that with an expunged offense, the solicitor has access to the record.
They do.
And so, and as you said, it's the solicitor's call. So if the solicitor sees, well, you've already had one unlawful carrying and it was expunged, I'm not giving you PTI.
The reason why,
Do it
and
again.
you're exactly, some solicitors, if they agree with your political position on this, might have that policy, but there's no consistency throughout the different circuits with the solicitors on how they would view that on a second or even third offense. Because, and I asked that, did you know, because we might want to put something in this bill as it relates to limit or give full autonomy to solicitors on whether or not they would give permit PTI on these graduated offenses.
Yeah, I mean, that's something to look at. I mean, I guess I hadn't thought about the idea that you might possibly be able to get PTI on a second. I don't like that. I mean, I'm all for giving somebody a second chance if you haven't hurt somebody. I mean, I'm all for that. But, once I give you the second chance and you do it again, to me, that's not a mistake anymore. And at some point, there's got to be some kind of a deterrence involved there.
Senator from Georgetown, what purpose do you ask?
Senator Yield for a question.
Senator Yield for a question. Senator Yield.
Senator, I've been in and out of the chamber, so I apologize if somebody's already asked this question, but I just want to make sure that, well, let me just read it and then I'll ask. So a place clearly marked with a sign prohibiting the carrying of a concealed weapon on the premises in compliance with that section. Does that preclude the prosecution of somebody carrying pursuant to the constitutional carry law that will be coming?
So in the bill, there are, and you touched on these things earlier. You spent a lot of time talking about those placards, but there are a number of places that, as a matter of statewide policy, we say you can't carry here. Right. So that's the case now. If you've got a CWP, that would be the case under this legislation, with or without a CWP. Right there, you cannot carry in a school.
Right.
Right. Okay. It says that. One of the places where it also says you can't carry, whether you've got a permit or not, you cannot carry in a location that has the placard up. Okay. What the House did is they said, if you carry in if you carry in the Publix that has the placard, you carry there, whether you do that willfully or not, they reduce the penalty for that.
Is that pursuant to the constitutional carry bill or pursuant
Yes.
to a CWP?
Yeah. Well, they didn't distinguish in that area. What they said is that's one of the places you can't carry. You can't carry in that Publix with the placard.
Okay.
Right. But if you do that, it's a 30-day misdemeanor.
Okay.
For all other unlawful carrying violations, it's up to a year misdemeanor. Yeah. So they lowered it just for that. And then they put in, even if it's willful.
Yeah. I think I got what you're trying to do. I want to make sure when it says a place clearly marked with a sign prohibiting the carrying of a concealed weapon, that anybody carrying concealed, permit, or open carry under pursuant to constitutional carry, anybody carrying pursuant to your amendment can be prosecuted. Is that what you're trying to get at?
So yes, I mean, my amendment maintains current law on that. It says it's unlawful, whether you got a permit or not, to carry a handgun, whether concealed or not. And there are several different places, one of which is a place that's clearly marked with a placard. It's unlawful to carry, permit or not, in a place that's clearly marked with a placard.
And are we creating a notice problem if somebody carrying pursuant to constitutional carry, open carrying without a permit, walks into a place with a permit or with a placard that says no concealable weapons? Is that a conflict that we're creating in the law? That, I mean, to me, if I'm carrying pursuant to the bill, the constitutional carry bill, and I walk past a placard that says no concealed weapons, I don't have a concealed weapon. I have an open carry pursuant to the constitutional carry bill.
But it says no concealable weapons. So you can't carry a whether you got a
even
permit
if it's
or
open
not.
carry.
What's that?
Even if it's open carry
It says
pursuant
no
to the new bill.
The signs, I think the placard, the dimensions, the language on the sign, I think it says no concealable weapons.
So if it says no concealable weapons and I'm carrying it open carry,
You can't do it.
you can't do it.
You can't do it now, right? I mean, because now you can open carry if you have the CWP. If there's a sign that says no concealable weapons, you can't carry it in there.
I believe you under the law, but I'm not sure that the notice on the sign is going to give everybody the notice that they are required. And maybe everybody has to be on notice of what the law says anyway, regardless of what the sign
That's
says.
why they ought to take the freaking training. Right? So you know what the law is.
Or fix the placards. But
Well, I mean,
certainly
that's a thing. I mean, I think there are a number of people who would just assume that we get rid of all that stuff anyway, and that it's just there are no restrictions, period.
there definitely would be some confusion on people that are open carrying pursuant to constitutional carrying, walking past a placard that says no concealable weapons allowed, right?
There is, if you take a training class, there's no way you can be confused by that.
Totally agree. Totally agree. But none of these people in the bill, but isn't it true that none of these people in the bill will be taking that class?
Well, hopefully some of them will.
Yeah.
And I appreciate what you tried to do earlier to try to encourage that. We got to think about some ways like that. But yeah, I mean, that is one of my larger concerns about the idea.
Yeah.
Is people who don't know what the law is, they don't know where they can carry, where they can't, they don't know when they can shoot, when they can't.
I got you,
Right.
Senator. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Appreciate what you're doing.
Senator from Newberry, what purpose do you ask?
Say if Senator Yield for a question.
Senator Yield for a question.
A quick question. Senator,
Senator Yield for a question.
did you know that we could have increased the number of people who would go through the CWP training if you had put a stipulation in your amendment that anyone who was convicted of a first offense in order to get PTI had to go through that training?
Hang on, Senator. You might see that. Good question.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you ask, sir?
See if the senator from Edgefield would yield for a question.
Senator Yield for a question. Senator Yield for a question.
In light of hearing some of my colleagues, I know they're working on some things. Would you entertain a motion, or would you make a motion to carry over so we might, or would you have any interest in negotiating on this amendment to tweak it before you voted on it? Or are you kind of insisting on it the way it is?
Is that reciprocal?
What do you mean?
Would you have interest in negotiating?
Can't ask questions.
Yeah, I
from the
know,
podium. Point, state your point.
Yeah, he's
Questions from the podium. I
Can't
gotta
ask,
say, my friend.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
I'm fine.
Look, I'm willing to listen. I'm willing to talk on all of it. Yeah. At some point we're gonna have to stop carrying stuff over though. Tomorrow's gonna be a real long night, y'all. Tomorrow, by the way, is my 20th anniversary, and I'm gonna be stuck with you.
Happy anniversary.
She may be.
Did you know that?
Blair may be happy about that, by the way, that I'm stuck with you.
Right, so
but
is
I'm
that-
not real happy that I'm going to be stuck with
Is
you.
that who we got the email from? No, I'm playing. Mr. President,
Look, I'm happy to do that. That's
I
fine.
would like to make, instead of carrying something, I'd like to make just a unanimous consent request with the senator from
state your
Edgefield
request.
holding the podium. If we could just take a 2-minute recess. All right, there we go.
Objection, sir. Senator from Ori, Senator Rankin, what purpose do you ask?
Mr. President, unanimous consent request for leave for the senator from Spartanburg tomorrow.
I think objection's been heard.
That would be Martin, that would be you, not the.
Forced?
Well, so that at least one of you will have a better anniversary than not, so.
You want me to carry it over? I don't mind having a vote on it, or we can, but I'm also going to be respectful of senators who have a request to carry it over.
Senator from Georgetown, what purpose do you ask?
1 minute break.
Objection continues to be heard.
30 seconds.
Senator from Edgefield has the floor.
Are you ready to go? Come here.
Senate will stand at ease momentarily. Well, I thought the Senate will come to order
Good talking.
momentarily. Senator from Charleston, Senator Tedder, what purpose do you ask?
Thank you, Mr. President. Asked if the senator will yield for question.
Senator yields for question.
Senator from Edgefield, looking at your amendment, and correct me if I'm wrong, all you're doing is, because currently unlawful carrying of a weapon carries up to a year, correct? And so what you're attempting to do in this amendment is bring that and bring the House's version in line with current law because they reduced it to a 30-day offense. For the repeat offenders.
We ought to treat them all the same.
Right. Right.
And
I
that's
agree
what
with
I'm
you.
trying to do in that first part, is just to treat all the unlawful carryings the same.
Right. And I agree with you. And so I think it seems like there's some confusion, but to me, it seems that exactly what you're saying, it's already current law. if I get pulled over and my weapon is in the wrong place in the car, if I'm charged with unlawful carrying of a weapon, the penalty is up to a year. So all you're doing is saying that a person who is then charged with unlawful carrying under this section, it would just go in line with current law, correct?
Yes, sir. Now, the only reason I hesitate a little bit in agreeing with you is because the second part of my amendment does have graduated penalties.
Right. And I
That's right.
get,
Yeah.
and your point there is because without your graduated offenses or penalties, what will happen or what could happen is you can have a person who just has a disregard for the law. And by knowing that there's really no penalty other than what's written, they will continue to do that. So it's a deterrent for them to continue breaking the law after they realize they made a mistake the first time.
Because again, I think the overall goal here, you know, whether you support the bill or not, the overall goal, I think, from the proponents is to give more rights, more protections to law-abiding gun owners. Right? What we're talking about here are people who are no longer in that category.
Right.
Right? They have broken the law. And in that part of it, they have broken the law multiple times. They've broken the law multiple times on gun offenses. And in that situation, it seems to me that there's got to be some additional deterrence, or if the deterrence isn't going to work, at some point there's got to be a penalty.
Right.
That's going to catch people. Right. You got to get their attention. I mean, otherwise, there's no reason to have the law.
Right. And I agree. I agree with your amendment. I think it's straightforward and it makes sense. But I just wanted to clarify that you're not doing anything different, but bringing it into just mirroring this language to current law, and then also holding those accountable that will willfully then just continue to break the law after that.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I move adoption of the amendment.
Pending question is the adoption of the amendment. Roll call has been requested. The 5 members second the call. You 5 members, 1, 2, 3, more than 5, second the call. Clerk will ring the bell. Pending question is the adoption of the amendment. The reading clerk will please call the roll of the Senate.
Mr. Adams? No. Mr. Alexander? Not voting, Mr. Allen? Aye. Mr. Bennett? Aye. Mr. Campson? Aye. Mr. Cash? Not voting, Mr. Clymer? No. Mr. Corbin? No. Mr. Cromer? No. Mr. Davis? Not voting, Mrs. Devine? Aye. Mr. Fanning has leave. Mr. Gambrell? Mr. Gambrell votes no. Mr. Garrett? No. Mr. Goldfinch? Aye. Mr. Grooms has leave. Mrs. Gustafson? No. Mr. Harpootlian? Aye. Mr. Hembry? Aye. Mr. Hutto? Aye. Mr. Jackson? Aye. Mr. Kevin Johnson? Aye. Mr. Michael Johnson? No. Mr. Kimbrell? No. Mr. Loftus? No. Mr. Malloy? Not voting, Mr. Martin? No. Mr. Massey? Aye. Mrs. Matthews? Aye. Mr. McElveen has leave. Ms. McLeod? Aye. Mr. Peeler? No. Mr. Rankin? Aye. Mr. Rickenbaugh? No. Mr. Rice votes no. Mr. Sabb? Aye. Mrs. Sin? Aye. Mr. Setzler? Aye. Mrs. Shealy? No. Mr. Stevens has leave. Mr. Talley? Aye. Mr. Tedder? Aye. Mr. Turner? No. Mr. Burton? No. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Young? No.
Have all senators voted? Have all senators voted? Alexander votes No. Senator Cash votes no. Senator Davis votes aye. Any Senator Malloy votes no. Senator Malloy votes aye. Any further votes for the Senate? Any further votes? Hearing none, the polls are closed and the clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 22 to 20, the amendment is agreed to and adopted by the Senate. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you ask?
I rise to make a motion that we recede for 5 minutes.
Motion is that we recede for 5 minutes. Those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senate will be at ease for 5 minutes.
Just stand there and listen to what's going on around me. Learn at a young age. You learn more listening than talking. So.
Sometimes I'll just say, is this a private conversation? I want to. They say no.
Figure it out, Bob? You figure it out? So basically, they can filibuster tomorrow.
But if they don't get
I'll ever have that discussion about the other thing. Oh, no.
I just felt like it was less pressing.
Maybe less pressing, but I think the question you have to ask yourself is, are you good with what comes out of the sub? I guess you really need to see what comes out of the sub. And say, are you good with that? And if not, no, I mean, that makes
That's how I recap.
Well, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. I didn't know they scheduled the sub. I didn't think.
Yep.
I just waited to hear. I heard nothing, and I mean, I
should have texted
I
you.
wasn't sad about it.
Right, yeah.
But no, you didn't use text. I was like, hey, you need to call me.
I thought about trying to do something, but then it flip it around. I have this exact size, different color.
Yeah, well, me and James it's funny. It's one of those that I look at cats all the time. And this morning I looked at it and I was like, nah, today's your day, big guy. Today's your day. I'm going to wear your tie. Now I just got to build everything else around it.
You start with your pen.
No, I didn't. Sometimes I start the sheets, like, what do I feel like wearing today? It's flat, so there's certain things you can't.
I hate to admit it, but I kind of do the same thing from time to time. It's like, I'm looking down like.
Occasionally it's what's clean. It's all my stuff has to be dry.
Not occasionally.
Occasionally.
Always.
I'm like, okay, I got this, and then the weather determines a lot. And I'm dressing.
Senate will please come to order. The Senate will please come to order. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you rise, sir?
I rise to make a unanimous consent request.
State your request.
My unanimous consent would be to give this bill that we're on, H 3594, a second reading tonight, carrying over all amendments to third, waiving any points of order, any other motions that might need to be made around that, and waiving the 3/5 rule on third. And that's my unanimous consent motion. And keeping the bill in adjourned debate status.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, what purpose do you rise?
Would the senator from Spartanburg yield?
You have a question?
Yes, sir, I will yield.
I mean, I just want to be clear that we can still put new amendments up on third, correct? Amendments that are not on the desk.
Yes,
Is that
that's
part
the
of your?
waiving the 3/5 rule, and that allows for all the current amendments get carried over the third, and any new amendments, the 3/5 rule is waived, and the bill would remain in adjourned debate.
All right, the unanimous consent request. My understanding, giving the bill 3594 second reading tonight, carrying over all amendments to third, waiving all the points of order. That's correct. And waiving the 3/5 rule on third reading, on third consideration of third, and that the bill would remain in adjourned debate status. That is the unanimous consent request. Is there objection to the unanimous consent request? Hearing no objection, so ordered. The unanimous consent request is agreed to. Thank you, Senator from Spartanburg. Senator from Edgefield, what purpose? I'd already recognized the senator from
Mr. President, I want
Edgefield.
to see if there are unanimous consent requests or announcements that need to be made before we adjourn for the evening.
Okay. Senator from Spartanburg. Do we have any unanimous consent or announcements that need to be made? Senator from Edgefield.
Mr. President, I move the Senate do now adjourn.
The motion is that the state senate be adjourned for the day. Those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, so ordered. The Senate stands adjourned to meet tomorrow, Wednesday at 1 p.m.